I'm happy that today we have a representation from the Ministry of Energy because we want ownership of whatever knowledge product that we disseminate. We want it to be useful for policy. We want it to be useful to the farmers on the ground, useful and sensible for investment. So we have a cross-section of stakeholders here for that reason. I have a few slides just to give the background to CREEC, but let me officially invite you to welcome you to this high-level multi-stakeholder consultative framework, forum on scaling productive uses of renewable energy in Uganda. Again, this is in partnership with the World Resource Institute, with whom we have produced several knowledge products and have been working for several years. We hope to continue working with them to produce more knowledge products and to support the renewable energy sector here in Uganda. The objective of this convening is hinged around 4 items. One is to showcase a pipeline of high impact, high potential PURE, or pure as we now call it, investment opportunities, which I believe is something that most of you in the audience will look forward to listening to, but also to disseminate other key findings, engage the different stakeholders, the financiers, development partners, the impact investors, and all of you in the room. So there will be sessions to in groups to get your views, your inputs, and to facilitate networking that should not end here. A number of times it's in this kind of meetings that we find a new partner, we find topics, common topics of interest. So after all the discussions here today, we want the networking to continue, matchmaking and strengthening of collaborations and partnerships among the stakeholders. So now, especially for the people that do not know CREEC, there's a lot I can say about CREEC, but I will summarize because I want us to spend most of our time today on the knowledge products we have from this program. CREEC is a not-for-profit organization. It was founded in 2001, so we are 25 years old. And it started as a project, but then over time there was need to structure it, make it more accountable, and that's where we are now able to engage with partners. We are able to report, we are able to manage consortia, we are able to engage different partners locally and globally because of our autonomous state. The mission is to enhance access to modern types of energy, and we want to do that through applied research, training, and advisory services for the East African region. Although now, as you'll see on the next slides, that has gone beyond just East Africa. We are able to engage through partnerships across the globe. Our thematic areas are 6: rural electrification, energy efficiency, energy for productive use, and that is the theme that is related to what we are doing here today, but also household energy, so solutions at the household level for access to clean cooking technologies, access to clean technologies for lighting, efficient technologies at the household level, technologies for transportation of water or making sure that the homes access water, and then energy testing. So you might have heard of the Regional Testing and Knowledge Center at CREEC that has been working with several global bodies on clean cooking and is now serving the region in terms of driving adoption of clean cooking by interventions in standards and testing. Next slide, please. So in terms of the particular thematic area on energy for productive use, we have done several interventions before this. So what we are doing here is a build on, and that should then indicate to you that we intend to continue beyond projects, beyond producing the documents. We intend to continue hands-holding, connecting and linking to other programs that we do, that whatever knowledge we generate is actually applied. So we've promoted solar kiosks as isolated systems in off-grid areas, providing energy services to communities, trainings in stoves and fuel productions. We've handled design trainings where we focused on actual businesses in clean cooking or upcoming SMEs in different communities. We have also, through partnership with Google, developed a national roadmap for productive uses of solar energy in Uganda, and we've conducted a market assessment for PURE, again with an involvement of the Ministry of Energy and sponsorship and partnership with Google. We've also done analysis of the agricultural and aquaculture, fish farming, post-service management in rural Uganda, and evaluation of opportunities for off-grid cooling, value chain, and drying systems, and that was with IUDA. So all these knowledge products are available, and we've built on that to pick on the topics that are relevant for now. Electrifying healthcare and identification of high-impact, high-priority agricultural value chains for PURE again, now that is with the World Resource Institute, and then solar-powered irrigation systems, training and awareness creation in Central and Eastern Uganda, working with one of our long-term partners, GIZ NDEF. Now, because we stand for quality, we've invested in multiple levels of partnerships with standard bodies locally and globally. So here in Uganda, under the ISO IEC 17025 of 2017, that was an upgrade, we use that laboratory quality management system, and we are working with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards that audits us every single year. We are also accredited by the Ministry of Education and DIT as a center to conduct competence-based assessments of the vocational nature. So we can do skilling programs, and we have an official center number for that. And then we also have certifications in energy audits, and we have certified energy auditors and trainings that we do under that certification partnership with IEPA. Next slide. Hopefully that's the last one. I have only 10 minutes. I hope I've not gone overboard yet. So this is a picture of where we have either partners on technical interventions or partners on applied research across the globe in over 24 countries, including, of course, the East African countries. The most recent one is Congo Brazzaville, where we actually have a local office now at the Oyo Center in partnership with the energy sector there. Next slide. Okay, just a quick peep. I won't go through all the items under research. So our applied research has an innovative research framework that is not just focused on providing technological solutions, but it is focused on energy justice, energy for all. How can we translate what we do in research to accelerate diffusion of technologies and have actual impact, improve livelihoods? So our research is focused on energy justice, not just energy technologies, but the energy technologies are a key part in that. Next slide. So that is a summary. And before I sit down, I just wanted to share something in a minute. I was really excited as I was moving around greeting the people that we have representation of people with actual experience in farming. We have mothers here one mother has actually come with her baby just to make sure that she is here to receive this knowledge and take that back. Another member mentioned to me, oh, I would have brought the whole team, you know, from the farmers group, but we had to pick one person to come and represent. So that's very exciting for me, because then we know whatever we are going to discuss here is going to make sense to the communities where the change, where the transformation is expected. Because we are going to talk about investment opportunities, I want to bring our attention to the ledger equation. I'm not a finance person, but I've come to appreciate the ledger equation as a way to see how we can bring transformation into our society. So the ledger equation is simple. Does anyone know it? Anyone from finance? Okay. Assets equals liabilities. Am I alone? Liabilities plus equity. Thank you. Assets equals liabilities plus equity. So when, as it is now, we have an imbalance or with our liabilities, we are overwhelmed, whether you check at the level of a household or a sector, a number of people are in debt and they are stuck. They don't know how to get out of that. So the equation is imbalanced. And one of the things that this knowledge product will do is to see how to utilize the assets we have in the agricultural sector and utilize the natural resources that we have, that we are so well endowed with, to utilize that efficiently, increase not just production but productivity, which means put in more efficiency, put in more knowledge management, and reduce losses, increase income generation for groups. And that's how we can bring more balance to that ledger equation at the household level, at a cooperative level, at a sectoral level, and of course, finally, at a national level. So with that, I want to welcome you again, and please feel at home, and I will invite Paul to take over from me now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those wonderful opening remarks. So, yes, as Dr. Susan has mentioned, in the room we invited some end users that we engaged with during the course of this work to obtain these investment opportunities that we can showcase to the sector, to the financiers in the room, to the private sector in the room, that they can invest in. So we invited 3 cooperatives, although we engaged with many. We invited 3 cooperatives who have been well presented, and later on they have their own session where they will present the opportunities we identified with them. Yes, at this juncture, I understand that there are some 2 new people who have joined us. One of them is representative from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Fisheries, Animal Industry and Fisheries. I'd like to introduce him.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by the names of Engineer Tondo James Kasozi. I'm a principal engineer with the Ministry of Agriculture, and I also coordinate the microscale irrigation program. This is a program where we are supporting farmers with the irrigation systems using solar-powered systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer James. You're most welcome.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vincent Seremba, and I work for Tulima Solar. I already see some familiar faces here. Happy to be here, Paul. Thank you.
Most welcome, Vincent. So, as more and more people join us, I would like to invite our partner on this project, the World Resources Institute, to give us an introduction on World Resources Institute, what it's about, and see how we can forge more partnerships from this convener. You're most welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope we've all had breakfast, but there'll be tea served. So some bit of energy this morning. My name is David Njugi. I work with the World Resources Institute, part of the Energy Access team, leading the productive use of energy work for WRI Africa. So very glad to be back in Uganda. It's been a while. I'm seeing faces I saw a year or so ago. But really appreciate the partnership we had with Creek and the rest of the stakeholders here, including the Ministry of Energy. Glad to have the Ministry of Agriculture also in the room. I think we cannot have a complete conversation without you in the room, so really appreciate all of you for taking time to come here. My colleague will be presenting a few slides on WRI, what we do in more detail, but mine is just to provide some bit of context. At WRI, for those who are not aware, it's a research think tank, and we consider ourselves to do research and also to do implement projects on the ground using partners, and that is why we have Creek as one of our partners here in Uganda. And our work goes around three themes: people, nature, and climate, with people at the center of everything that we do. So we always try to make sure that we have impact on the ground. Whatever work or research that we're doing is actually practical and not just research for research purposes, but also to provide insights that can drive action. Productive uses of renewable energy is, I could call it a theme that has been evolving over time, and a bit of more focus now being put by various stakeholders, government trying to facilitate on policy. We have, development agencies trying to catalyze the sector using various interventions. And for WRI, we use data as one of the tools to inform policy, inform those who are in the sector, the different stakeholders, on what needs or the priorities that need to be focused on. And our work on productive use has been motivated by the need to move from pilots to scale. I think there are a lot of, well, maybe not a lot, but quite a number of pilots that have been tested, tried out, whether it's to test a business model or certain technologies out there by various actors, whether it's a private sector, development agencies, even government with various pilot projects. But we thought, our thinking is that we need now to scale that up, especially for those technologies that are now mature or near maturity, and therefore they need to provide the right data and information that they need to actually scale up. So this particular project that we are implementing with Creek is to do exactly that. And I know a lot of information will be shared later by Creek and the cooperatives that are in the room. The data is basically to inform investments. I think there's always been that push, especially from the private sector, even development agencies, where are these productive use opportunities? Who needs these technologies? How can we reach out to those who need these projects? So we've actually developed what we're calling an investment prospectus, documenting and demonstrating where these technologies actually are, across, various regions within Uganda. And I think the data is quite comprehensive, as you'll see, and we'll document it in that particular product that will be ready maybe in a month or so time. But we've also integrated that in our energy tool, that is the Energy Access Explorer, which you'll be shown later today. And we cannot do this without partnerships. So really appreciate the partnership we have with CRIC and all the other stakeholders, everybody in the room here, the ministry, and of course, one of our key sponsors, who is the CS Mott Foundation. The last time I was in Uganda, we were launching the productive use, the national roadmap. That time I was with Gogla, plus the market assessment that we had done for productive uses in Uganda. So to me, this is a continuation, taking it a step forward to that we've now identified some of the opportunities, not all, because we went, we were quite specific on the value chains. So it's not comprehensive. It doesn't cover everything that needs to be done in Uganda, but it's a start to help the deployment and the scaling up of productive use technologies and the impact that it brings. I think WRI is committed to continue deepening our work, generally in the energy sector, not limited to productive uses in Uganda. So just extending that commitment to the stakeholders that we continue providing the data, we'll continue working together to convene, we continue to working together to influence policy programming across across the sector. And I think I've received a number of people who have talked to mentioning that, that one of the tools they would like to learn more about, how they can use it, how they can access it, that's the Energy Access Explorer. So looking forward to seeing how we can do that. It's an open source digital GIS platform that our partners, CRIC, are masters of, so they train on how to use it, but we'll demonstrate shortly on how it can also be used to demonstrate some of these opportunities within Uganda. With that, I think I would like to stop there, and my colleague will be giving you a bit more information on WRI, but glad to have everybody in the room, and feel very much welcome and look forward to networking and getting to know what we all do. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for those remarks from WII. So we would like to invite our guest of honor today from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, of course our continuing partner as CRIC, to greet the audience, and yes, we can get into the different presentations. Thank you. Most welcome.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Morning once again. Yeah, I hope you're all energized. So being from the Ministry of Energy, I have to ensure that you're all energized. Yeah, I'm Julius Ochen. I'm a Senior Energy Officer at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development from the Department of Renewable Energy. That's a department which is championing productive use of energy, and the reason we are here today. So I'm glad to be here, standing in the big shoes, representing the Commissioner of Renewable Energy. He's not able to be here today with us, but I believe he's here in spirit, we have various engagements. Only today we have around 4 workshops. So if you go to office, you may not find anybody. We have distributed ourselves, but is ably represented here. And sooner or later he should be joining us. So I'm going to present his speech. I have a written speech. So I'm going to read it as it is to reflect his own words. Thank you. Development partners here, Managing Director of Creek, and from the World Resources Institute, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So it gives me a great pleasure to join all of you today at this important convening focused on one of the most transformational areas in Uganda, in Uganda's energy and agricultural development space, and that is the productive uses of renewable energy. So let me begin by thanking Creek, which we all know as a center for research in energy and energy conservation, and the World Resources Institute for co-hosting this timely gathering. Also personally, I have known Creek. I've been in the energy space since 2012, and I've been working closely with the Creek. Paul here, we have worked together, and the managing director as well. So as a ministry, we are really grateful for this event. These efforts are adding on to the efforts of the government to scale up the productive uses of energy. So the ministry, as I mentioned, recognizes and values your commitment and continued support towards catalyzing energy access for productive purposes. Uganda's renewable energy potential is immense, as we all know in this room. Yet, a significant portion of our population, particularly in the rural and agricultural communities, remain without access to reliable and affordable energy. This limits value addition and increases post-harvest losses and hinders the mechanism for agricultural processing. Yeah, this one we all know. As we know, our energy access is still very low. Energy access to the grid is about 19%, and off-grid, where the productive use of solar falls, is about 38%, making it about 54%. Although we have a big potential, but still our access is low, and this really hinders the access to energy. So as highlighted in the NDP 3 and soon to be strengthened under the NDP 4, which we have commenced, unlocking synergies between energy and agro-industrialization is central to achieving inclusive growth, poverty reduction, and food security. The ministry is therefore deliberate in supporting initiatives that promote access to clean energy or productive uses, especially in key agricultural value chains such as coffee, dairy, cassava, and fisheries. So So it is great. I've had part of the invitation here. We have our farmers and circles. So this directly affects them, and we are keen to see that we support them in their initiatives. We recognize that energy access alone is not enough, which we are all aware. It must be useful, affordable, and transformation. So, as we have been hearing, the government has been trying to do all things to extend energy through various forms of our people. But if it is not affordable and transformation, then it doesn't significantly impact our communities. As highlighted by my fellow colleague from the World Resources Institute and the managing director of CRIC, we jointly developed a productive use of energy strategy and plan with support of Google also, which outlines a coordinated and multi-sectoral roadmap to accelerate the deployment of energy technologies and drive income-generating activities, particularly in rural and agricultural communities. So he highlighted the few objectives, but the overarching objective of this strategy is to enhance the use of renewable energy, empowering agro-industry processing, creating green jobs, stimulate rural economies, improve livelihood. So it sets out interventions in the policy, financing, awareness, institutional coordination to unlock full socio-economic benefits in the energy access. If members here, some of you, if you don't have this roadmap, I think it's available online, but it highlights out all strategies and interventions and plans we have to scale up productive use of solar energy. So PUE technologies, which we are all aware of, ranging from solar powered irrigation, cold storage, solar drying, to agro-processing, have demonstrated their ability to increase productivity, improve livelihood, and attract private sector intervention. However, scaling up these solutions required concerted efforts in three critical areas. The first area is financing and investment. So investment models tailored to the need of smallholder farmers and agricultural SMEs. This is very key as government through UECCC, that is Uganda Energy Company. That's a company under the Ministry of Energy. We have some interventions to support this, which are aiming at supporting PUE. We have some of them, that is financing solar equipment. Currently there is a program running where we are offering subsidies to solar equipment. Some is up to 50% and others up to 60%, a detail which we can provide. Then there are also some interventions, others aimed towards the offering credit support. So some of these interventions are key to achieve this, and our partners, we also call upon you to support, although you're already supporting, and that's how we can achieve, how we can scale up the productive use of energy. So the second key pertinent issue is partnership across the energy, agriculture, finance, and development sectors. This alone is evident. We are here because of the partnership. We have been working with CRIC for a very long time. As she highlighted, ever since CRIC started 25 years ago, we are working with them, with many development partners. So all we need is to strengthen the partnership and work together to ensure that we achieve the overarching objective. So the third one is awareness and capacity building to increase adoption and sustainability. So even if we roll out all these interventions without increasing awareness, then we cannot increase the adoption, because people have to know of the solutions we are promoting, where to find them, where to get the financing, and how to use them sustainably. So these are some of the efforts which are critical, which we need to undertake. So as I summarize, today's convening presents a vital platform to share knowledge, connect actors, explore scalable business models that can unlock productive use of renewable energy's full potential in Uganda. So as the minister again, we reaffirm our commitment to one, supporting an enabling environment, enabling policy environment and regulatory framework for renewable energy investment, strengthening coordination between energy and agriculture stakeholders, advancing innovative financing mechanisms, some of them I've just mentioned, then prioritizing initiatives that place women, youth, rural communities at the center of energy transition. In conclusion, I encourage all of us here to move beyond discussion and commit to the collaborative action. Let this workshop today be a springboard for real partnership and investment that deals with PUE for potential scale up. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me thank you, and I look forward for a fruitful deliberation. So, those were the words of the Commissioner. So, also on my own behalf, I'm glad to be here and looking forward for fruitful deliberation as we continue. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Engineer Julius, for those wonderful remarks highlighting the need for accelerated investment to increase energy access in Uganda, highlighting some of the key gaps that we face as a country. And I would like to also thank the Commissioner for sending those wonderful remarks. I would like to now dive deep into one of the main components of the program today. That is the presentation on some of the work that we have done with the World Resources Institute on aggregating productive uses of renewable energy opportunities in Uganda. So similarly, they have done work like this in other parts of Africa, in Kenya, Ethiopia, in India as well, crossing over to Asia. So maybe before that, I would like to invite one of the representatives from the World Resources Institute, Anderson, to give a brief on WII, and then open set the ball rolling for the presentation. Anderson, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much, Paul. Good morning, all. My name is Anderson Goa. I work for the World Resources Institute together with David. I work as a finance associate. My role specifically entails influencing the flow of finance to largely productive users of renewable energy. WRI is a global research focused organization, as David initially introduced. And I'll just deep dive a little bit about what the organization does, as well as now focus more on how we got into this partnership with CREEK from an end-to-end process to involve all stakeholders in scaling the productive users of renewable energy. So yeah, if you move on to the next slide, and I'll just rush through this, so maybe you can just move on to the next ones, because David already presented on this. So what we do as WRI is to influence various aspects, including policy, finance, through partnerships, and we work across various work streams. So we have food, land, and water. That's a vital landscapes work stream. We have cities work stream, where we focus on issues to do with e-mobility and transforming cities to ensure that the things like global emissions are avoided and reduced. And we catalyze change, systematic change from an end-to-end perspective across people, nature, and climate. So we have to ensure that whatever interventions that we do have to have positive impact to the people, as well as nature, and also ensure that we attain global climate ambitions. So that's at the global level. This is just a map showcasing where we are. We have various offices throughout the globe, pretty much. We are headquartered in the United States, in Washington, D.C., but we do have offices in South America as well, Brazil, Colombia. In Europe, we have offices there, in China, India. Here in Africa, we have regional offices in Ethiopia and Kenya. But we do have representatives representative offices in other countries, including the likes of DRC. We have partners also in, for example, in Uganda. So we might not be having a physical representation, but we do have partners that we work with on the ground in these countries. So this is still at the global level, narrowing down to the different aspects of the work streams that I mentioned to you about. But this work stream is now on the global energy work stream, where we just ensure that by the time it gets to 2030, all people have access to affordable, reliable, and clean energy. And this body of work in relation to the productive users of renewable energy really focuses on what we call energy access for equitable development. So we're not just looking at energy access in itself, but we're looking at how that energy can be utilized for productive users. So there are also other different work streams within the global energy work stream more broadly. One work stream focuses on clean energy supply, another on demand. There's a new work stream that we've introduced on minerals and circularity. So there's work around how to ensure circular economy and responsible mining. especially because Africa is very rich in minerals. But what I'll be speaking about today is narrowing down to the energy access for equitable development. Next slide, please. So we focus on various levers within the energy access for equitable development. And this is now narrowing down from the global energy angle to what we work with, what we work on in Africa. And we focus on really three levers. Of course, I've mentioned about energy access for equitable development, but the sectors that we are very particular on agriculture and healthcare. So ensuring that we enable energy access and productive uses, not just in agriculture, but also in healthcare electrification. We also ensure that we advance clean energy transitions agenda, but of course we are aware that in Africa, we cannot talk about transition when access is not even there. So we are trying to balance this in a way that in as much as we enable Africans to access energy, we do it in a way that that energy that they access is really clean and modern energy. The last lever is on energy finance, the bread and butter for myself within the energy program. Like I said, I work as a finance associate. My work revolves around influencing the flow of finance from different stakeholders, including DFIs, local financial institutions, as well as also subnational governments, to ensure that they include and integrate budgets into their energy planning. So those are the areas that we work in within the Africa Energy Program. Next slide, please. We do have an offer and an additionality that is really pegged onto these four key aspects. I know briefly David mentioned to you about data and tools that we do have at WRI, Africa Energy. We have what we call the Energy Access Explorer. It's an interactive, open source online tool that is used by different stakeholders to map out energy demand, as well as assess energy infrastructure in order to prioritize how best to plan for energy. So that's what we boast ourselves with. We use that particular tool to influence policy, working with different stakeholders, including both national and subnational governments in the countries of operation that I did mention. We influence the flow of finance from international markets, as well as from local financial institutions. We also advocate for technologies that are very relevant to the locations where energy needs to be prioritized. So if we know that a particular area, for example, has a high solar irradiance based on the data that is on the Energy Access Explorer, of course, we'll propose solar technologies to be integrated in that region. So this is our offer and additionality, but basically we focus more on the aspect of using data and evidence to influence all these aspects of policy, finance, and technology. Next slide, please. This slide, basically, I wanted us to take a step back just to understand the magnitude of the challenges that we are dealing with, especially in the Africa's agricultural sector. It is projected that there will be growing food demand. These are statistics that the likes of the FAO are housed there. We also have high food insecurity and food loss and waste, as rightly put out by, I really like the ministry's speech. So just given this context of a growing population that will increase food demand, there's also high food insecurity that will be brought about also by climate change issues like floods and drought. But even the food that we're producing most of it is going to, is being lost, particularly because of things such as post-harvest losses. Currently it is known that the agricultural, the land that is is covered by irrigable agriculture is quite low, even though the potential is very high. So we need to introduce more technologies to ensure more land is irrigated and arable for that matter. And there's a lot of opportunity to actually use renewable energy for that, which is why we are actually advocating for what we call productive uses of renewable energy, not just using energy for consumption for your daily lighting, but using it to actually even bring livelihoods and generate income, as well as utilizing it in a way that you're even going to increase the demand for energy. Because also part of the challenge is it is known that in Africa, the demand for energy is quite low, particularly because we're just using it for consumption. We're not generating demand from productive uses as much as we need to. Next slide, please. So I want to actually pinpoint what exactly is productive uses of renewable energy. I understand all of you are in one way or another are working in this space, but basically productive uses, as I've pointed, as I've highlighted, is the use of energy in any agricultural, commercial, or industrial activities. So that energy is not just used for consumption, it is used to provide energy for production of energy, of goods and services. So the application of productive use of renewable energy is in various sectors. You can use energy productively in healthcare, you can use energy productively in agriculture, you can use energy productively in manufacturing, things like carpentry, welding. But the real reason why we are focusing on agriculture is just from the previous slide that I just mentioned to you. There's a lot of potential in integrating energy into agricultural production through the entire value chain, right from production to transport to storage and handling using cold storage facilities, all the way to value addition, that's including drying, milling, and you can actually also use productive uses of energy in marketing and distribution through, of course, things like to do with e-mobility and also refrigerated transport. So we see the potential to integrate renewable energy to be very immense. Next slide, please. Which is why we partnered with CREEK specifically here in Uganda. Now I have narrowed down right from the global, I'm now getting specifically to Uganda. So what we are doing in Uganda is we are mapping out what we call high impact, high potential, productive uses of renewable energy opportunities. And our aim is to document these opportunities in an investment prospectus that we can then use to socialize those opportunities with investors and attract financing for those projects. At the same time, we are also integrating these opportunities onto the online platform that I did mention to you, the Energy Access Explorer. And how did we decide on the specific value chains to focus on in Uganda? So we came up with a criteria, which is what we are calling the high impact, high potential criteria, where we were looking at different indicators to assess which particular value chain to focus on. So we had indicators around economic impact, so looking at the economic impact of the value chains. We had an indicator on social impact, looking at whether that value chain brings in food security and resilience, improves livelihoods, and there's also a mainstreaming of gender equity into that value chain, how both women and men are involved in that particular value chain. We also looked at environmental impact. So how does a particular value chain affect things to do with greenhouse emissions and also waste reduction? So these are the metrics that we looked at. My colleague Paul will later on deep dive into how we go to select the value chains, ranking the value chains right from what the ministry is looking at, is focusing on, and narrowing down to 5 value chains. And the other indicator that is really cross-cutting, other than the economic, social, and environmental, is what we call the energy needs indicator. So the other consideration that we made is we wanted to ensure that in these value chains, there's a high potential for integrating renewable energy into them. So value chains, for example, like fish, the fish value chain, there's a lot of opportunity to bring in refrigeration aspects around it. So that was also a consideration for us to narrow down into the specific value chains. The ones that we prioritized were fish, horticulture, maize, dairy, and oilseeds, the ranking of which, of course, my colleague will share more insights about. But then, as you can see on the bottom left, the screen there shows a picture of the Energy Access Explorer. So this is just like a snippet of how the platform looks like and how those opportunities will be integrated. Also, my colleague Paul will deep dive on that, but I'm happy to take on any questions because this is a tool that WRI developed. So there are various priority interventions. I will not speak to that because I think a lot of this will actually be spoken about by the real owners of the project, the cooperatives that are in the room. And I'm really looking forward to that session. So if you could move on to the next slide, please. So this is also an indication of those metrics that we use to integrate onto the Energy Access Explorer. So we look at different metrics like population density of an area. So the Energy Access Explorer, just to remind you, is an online platform that is used to assess energy demand and energy supply and prioritize locations that you need to deploy the appropriate technology for. So these are the metrics that we usually use. It's very customizable depending on who the end user is. So for example, it's an impact investor who is interested in ensuring that they provide renewable energy, solar technologies for a region that has more than 2 million people, for example. We have demographic metrics that you can select. I need 2 million people. Show me the regions that have 2 million people and above. The regions will be prioritized there, and then you'll be able to choose. So you can overlay multiple criteria onto the platform. So the other aspects to including financial service providers are also mapped out onto that platform. There are resources availability, for example, if there's things to do with wind pattern, solar irradiance to assess how much solar potential a certain region has. All these metrics are there. And it's customizable, and using a multi-criteria analysis, you can overlay all these in a way that you can decide for yourself what your end goal is, depending on the customization that you choose. So next slide, please. And I'm almost wrapping up. So with that, I wanted to mention that the end goal for us, like I mentioned, is for us to not only document these investment opportunities and integrate them onto our Energy Access Explorer, but also ensure that we have a document that even the national and subnational governments can own, and we can also use that document to pitch to investors and donors to actually bring in money, because we've seen value and we've collected credible data on them. So to that effect also, we are doing a number of things in the research arena. We are also collecting data on business and financing models, because we also understand that there's need for appropriate development of viable business and financing models for PURE opportunities, and in a way that we can best assess what financing options are available and appropriate for the renewable energy technologies. So there's a research that we are undertaking. This is work in progress. We're also developing investment prospectuses in other regions as well, including Kenya, where I'm from, and here in Uganda, of course, and Tanzania as well. So we're starting off with the East African region. There's also a convening that we'll hold in Nairobi next month. It's a blended finance regional convening that will be on the 25th of June in Nairobi. And we also plan to use that forum to showcase the investment opportunities within the East African region to financiers who will be able now to see how best to improve those projects so that we can attract financing for them. So this is the ambition. We just don't want to have this project lie down in terms of documentation, but also use that documentation in a way that we can attract financing. At the end of the day, it's the smallholder farmers that will benefit from all this. So with that said, I don't know if I have one last slide or that's it. Thank you for listening, hoping to engage further, and looking forward to an interactive session. Feel free to have a chat with me anytime. If you have any questions, I believe we'll pick that up in the next couple of minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anderson, for introducing the audience to WII and how WII is engaged in the energy sector, some of the interventions they're doing across sub-Saharan Africa. And yeah, now with all the partners introduced, I would also like to use this opportunity to welcome the Commissioner of Renewable Energy under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Dr. Brian, whose speech was already given by Engineer Julius, but we still invite you to say one word or two to greet the audience, and yes, we can continue. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I came in late, but I was here before, so my colleague represented me very well. I'm here to learn. So that's all I can say for now, because all the other good words were said by my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you for those wonderful remarks. So at this juncture, I would like to dive deep into the presentation. But first, I see we have already hit our mark for tea. So I would let me find out if it's ready, then we can have maybe a working tea break as we do the presentation. Yeah. So our tea is ready. I would like to give us 10 minutes. We can grab a cup of tea and then come back here just to crunch up on time as we started a little bit late. So the tea section is just behind us there, so that hallway. The fastest to reach there, you can first come, first serve. So it's at free will. Yes. Thank you. So can have some 10 minutes to grab a cup of coffee and a bite to energize ourselves as we dive deep into the flesh of the morning session. Thank you. Mr. Alexander Akena, representing Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa. Julius Magala, representing UNCDF, and one of our panelists today. Fred Tuhaire, representing the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. Yes, I don't know if I've missed out on anyone. We have Engineer Alan Orlando, representing one of the representatives from Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Thank you, and you're most welcome to this event. So, right away into the data collected. So, first we'll look at some of the data we gathered from stakeholders. Last year, we engaged many of you trying to obtain insights from you on what could we do to scale productive uses of renewable energy. So just to map here, we shall look at many of the stakeholders, the duration in the sector, and by the sector we're talking of the pure sector, the geographical reach, how much or how far their interventions reach, the value chains they focus in, the targeted beneficiaries, funding sizes, and the financing tenure of their different initiatives. So from the many stakeholders that we engaged, including development partners, private sector, financiers, and yes, you see that it's still a nascent duration. The pure sector investment is still a nascent duration, having many of the stakeholders between 4 to 6 years. Only maybe few had crossed over to 7 to 9 years, and those are the development partners. But when you look at other stakeholders, such as private sector, most of them were in the short term, 1 to 3 years, and others aggregated about the medium term. So you see that the duration in the investment in the sector is short to medium term. So you're looking at a period of 1 to 5 years, and that's the longest. That's where the largest number of stakeholders fall in terms of pure interventions. In terms of geographical reach, well, as we know, not all of us are able to have offices across the 113 districts, 46 districts of Uganda. So a few, we might have overlapping interventions. For example, GIZ might focus on northern Uganda, then you find Mercycorp takes on West Nile, and maybe programs like RBFs implemented by the different development partners trying to cover the rest of the country, try to engage all end users in the country. But also we noticed that suppliers, it is difficult for them. By suppliers, we're looking at the private sector to operate, offices in all these districts. So one of the gaps that could be preventing the scale of productive uses of energy is how we can ensure widespread access to both the technologies, the finances, and the resources to adopt productive uses of energy. In terms of the value chains most focused on, we looked at agricultural processing. So in here we had milling, value addition. We looked at post-harvest management, we looked such as storage and production. So many of the stakeholders that we looked at, we engaged were in storage and production. But a few interventions were also being represented in, for example, supporting value addition through milling initiatives, supporting cold storage adoption which was mainly at retail level, for example, distribution of the retail fridges that can be utilized like at SME level, you know, for shops, end users. Preserving could be like milk or some fruits to capture their consumers. But in terms of commercial productive uses of energy, such as commercial cold rooms for aggregated farmers, we identified that that was one of the key areas which was not yet targeted in many of these spaces. Targeted beneficiaries, many of them were small end users or small processors. Again, looking at a gap in large consumers and large producers. So commercialization of productive uses of energy, we identified that there is a need for scale by targeting large producers or users for commercial adoption of productive uses of renewable energy. The funding size, there were limited portfolios exceeding 10 million when we engaged the different stakeholders. For example, what is your budget for productive uses of energy? Only now that we have the electricity access scale-up project, trying to, you know, offer subsidies on this, but many of the interventions we found were aggregated between $1 million to 2 million, some even about under 500,000 US dollars. So showing a big gap in terms of funding being channeled towards productive uses of renewable energy. We also engaged smaller financial institutions. You know, the lower tier, it might not be small, but the lower tier financial institutions such as the microfinance institutions, the SACCOs, to try and understand what are their budget, their funding sizes. Because we understand now these are some of the financial institutions that are closer to the end users in remote areas that need to be partnered with. So if larger capital could be extended to these in partnership also with the commercial banks, then we find that we might be able to increase access to last mile productive uses of energy users. In terms of the approach, of course, for the development partners, there's still a big leaning towards grant financing. However, an adoption of blended financing mechanisms, for example, introduced in subsidies, where the end user or the consumer contributes a percentage, and the funder contributes the other percentage. This was evidenced in ongoing programs such as the Electricity Access Scale-Up Project, the results-based financing programs that are being implemented by the different partners in play. Also the micro-scale irrigation program, where the government contributes over 70%, and the end user caters for the other threshold. So all debt and loan, of course, this is big for financiers. You know, the financier will not give a grant, but through debt instruments that could enable the end user access their PUE equipment. In terms of the financing tenure, it's still aggregated around the short period, so 1 to 3 years. Again, maybe this could be according to also the size of the pure equipment. For example, if someone has obtained a loan to purchase a refrigerator, then it might not make sense to offer a financing period of 10 years. But in terms of projects also being implemented in the pure space, they are short-term in nature. 1 to 3 years for many of the ones that we identified through this engagement. So if we introduce a longer term, to allow investments to be realized in time, especially for people that are just now adopting these technologies. We interacted with farmers, and you find that they are going to experience, dead seasons, and let's say if a payment duration has been stipulated for 1 year, you find if they experience a dead season, they might not meet the payments required of them. In terms of end user pure aggregation, so interacting with we targeted mainly cooperatives and farmer groups to get a general picture of the practices their members are using. How are they using productive uses of energy? How do they understand productive uses of energy? As earlier mentioned, we have 3 of those end user cooperative representatives here in the room, and they will be able to make some presentations for identified pure opportunities in the space. So, drawing inspiration from the National Development Plan 3, where the government focused on identified 10 priority commodities, looking at horticulture, maize, dairy, vegetable oilseeds, fish and fish products, coffee, cocoa, tea, cotton, and bananas. These being highlighted as the products that are contributing the highest export earnings in the agriculture sector. We scoped down to 5 value chains, ranked as high impact, high potential. Anderson mentioned some of the impact criteria that we utilized. One of them was economic impact, for example, potential for scalability of a PUE equipment in this particular value chain. We looked at social impact, potential for food security. If pure investments are to be compounded in this value chain, what's the potential for it to increase food security? We looked at environmental as well, for example, contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, and also the energy requirement that can be aggregated under these value chains. For example, what is the potential for this, for high energy consumption under this value chain? As we saw, the 5 that we successfully ranked were, the fruits and vegetables under horticulture, maize, dairy, the vegetable oil seeds, and fish products. So we can dive a little bit deeper in this. We'll share the materials, and also to get more of your feedback on these value chains and how they were selected. We visited a number of districts in eastern, northern, central, and western Uganda to interact with many of the farmers and cooperatives in these particular districts to understand what are the different pure opportunities under this, and aggregating value chain per value chain. For example, if we visit a cooperative, for example, Cabos Horticulture Cooperative, how many farmers are in this cooperative? What value chains do they focus on? What is their seasonal harvest per value chain that they do? What pure opportunities or challenges do they experience? What energy challenges do they experience? And you won't be surprised, as many of us know, in as much as solar-powered irrigation systems is one of the most adopted pure initiatives in the country. There's still a large consumer base that is waiting for this, and so you'll find that many of the investment portfolios we identified were in solar-powered irrigation systems across the different farmer cooperatives. we are going to, this is just an aggregation as per district. How we came up with this is to use market data. For example, what is the price of a solar water pump, solar powered water pump, on a pay-as-you-go model or cash basis, to try and understand, okay, here, if we have maybe 50 farmers in this cooperative that need solar powered irrigation, multiply that by the current price of what? The equipment that can handle also their land size. So for example, we also managed to get the average, farming size the different farmers were using. So 2 to 5 acres, and we're saying, okay, according to the different products on the market, this is the type of what equipment that could cater for their needs. So we developed what Anderson called a pipeline of bankable investment proposals, where we profile a cooperative by cooperative, showing how many members are in this cooperative, the value chains they focus on, the different, let's say if they are needing irrigation, what are the irrigation needs there, and what are the pure opportunities we identified in this cooperative. And this, of course, will be, as our partner, WI mentioned, they want to use this document to showcase to investors to obtain funding for these particular end users. So we brought some of them here. They will speak about some of the pure opportunities in their particular spaces in detail. So across these districts, particularly for solar powered irrigation systems, you find the aggregated amounts that could be invested just in solar powered irrigation per district that we visited, and the number of farmers that could be impacted. Many of course, current practices are still rain-fed agriculture, not because farmers are unable to acquire these systems, but now they don't know what is out there, what options do they have that could, ably benefit them. So rain-fed agriculture was actually the most common. So there's still a lot of virgin territory. And for encouraging trends, even those who have adopted irrigation are using the petrol-powered pumps to power their irrigation needs. So we see all these are potential for, capturing the base for solar-powered irrigation. Estimated carbon emission savings were up to 189 metric tons per season for the farmers that we interacted with. Yeah, for the farmers that we interacted with, and this is just under solar-powered irrigation systems. For those who are using petrol pumps, what if they are brought under solar-powered irrigation systems, what could be the savings both on the environment and also on post-harvest management. For cold storage, we aggregated some farmers both for horticulture and fish, which will be presented later. So under horticulture, we have some hotspot districts such as Ruengo, Masaka, and Lira, as you can see, having many different farmers according to different sizes of potential cold rooms that they could benefit from to save from post-harvest losses. So you find fruits are being stored on the ground. Vegetables like the cabbages we saw earlier, easily going to waste because of lack of modern post-harvest technologies that could benefit these farmers. One of the cooperatives in the room today is also representing the fish value chain, and she will talk about what are the current, practices that they use. She's representing MPG Fish Farmers Association, one of the districts that we visited to aggregate the cold storage opportunities in the fish value chain for aquaculture farmers and also for the market aggregators engaged along these different districts. So according to, for commercial and retail storage, once you visit the cooperative, once you visit the profile of the cooperative, you'll find the particular pure equipment that they need. So if we have recommended, let's say, a 2 metric ton cold storage room, then that is how you will find it. Or for this cooperative, we might say we have, since it's a small farmer group, a 500, maybe 500 liter refrigerator could be the best for them. In terms of dairy, as you know, especially for the milk collection centers, we have a lot of reliance on diesel, especially diesel solutions to power these cold storage solutions, these milk collection centers, the milk chillers and the pasteurizers, which could also benefit from solarization of these particular centers to save on carbon emissions. These were aggregated across the country, but also see many of the districts here targeted in the cattle corridors. So along the fish value chain, we also have the transportation, where the use of ice is prevalent to safeguard the fish maybe from rotting as it is being transported to the market. For the milk collection centers, the deeper you go, the more you find diesel powered systems that are being utilized to keep the milk alive, and also emission savings for milk. Particularly, we estimated 500 kilograms of carbon per month that could be saved for the particular milk collection centers that we visited. But this number is not country representative, just for those that we visited. You find this will grow. Maybe a better way to represent it is for a diesel milk collection center, what could be the carbon emissions that could be saved if it is solarized. Storage of harvested vegetable produce. See here onions being laid on the ground instead of a modern cold storage technology that this cooperative could benefit from to increase the shelf life of these products. In value addition, also aggregated according to farmers, according to districts. Here we are looking at mainly maize and also the vegetable oilseeds, which are an emerging cash crop of the country that also needs to be looked at. And particularly for maize, also similar to milk, you find there's still a heavy reliance on the diesel-powered, millers, especially for the smaller millers. So all these are potential that could be, how can we capture these? How can we onboard these into renewables for productive uses of energy? So all this data that we collected to make it a public good, it is being onboarded onto the Energy Access Explorer, one of the focal areas of the World Resources Institute, to disseminate data and having a platform where this data can be seen analyzed and interpreted, which is the Energy Access Explorer, which represents, it's an open source tool, online. It's an online geospatial online tool that is open to everyone that can access it and easy to use. It does not need a curriculum or a big course to take to become an expert at it. But anyone who just wants to identify what is the current demand versus supply picture in a particular, you can even zone it down to a particular district you're looking at for the case of Uganda. So up to 69 projects were onboarded from this study onto the Energy Access Explorer, and prioritized now to get the priority projects that can be invested in according to different criteria. For example, market access, population around that particular project that could benefit from this investment, the different agricultural activities around it, the wealth index of the population around it, energy access. For example, if you're to invest in a grid system, what is energy access, the current distribution lines from around there. So if you're saying you want to bring an off-grid system, the Energy Access Explorer can show you that the closest the grid lines are to that particular cooperative or that particular project identified. If you want to invest in a solar system, it can also showcase the global horizontal irradiance averaged for that particular location to see the feasibility of a solar system working there, and as well access to finance. So it has already, through ongoing engagements, the Energy Access Explorer has already mapped the different financial institutions in those particular places. If it's a city, here we are saying we shall have banks, we are going to have microfinancial institutions, circles. If it's a village, do we have some circles around there that could be targeted to access finance for pure. So using these different filters, one can zero down to the most impactful or the most ready project for investment. Yeah? Or you could even just narrow down to 10 projects that are feasible for investment using these different filters on the Energy Access Explorer. So from here, we see that for the different 69 projects that were onboarded on the Energy Access Explorer, they have an area share of about 3,700 square kilometers and a population impact of 2 million just for 69 projects. So a population impact of 2 million people in the country. The brighter colors show areas with the highest potential. So you're looking at mainly around the cities. Might not be very clear, but we have the projects near Gulu district. We have Lira, we have Budaka, we have Kampala, and then these other ones east of Jinja, and in Masaka as well, Mityana, PG. All there we identified projects that could benefit, could be the most impactful if invested in. Once it's finalized, so for the few that have already been onboarded, so we can aggregate, once you zone in down to that particular project, it can show you the name of the profile of that particular pure opportunity. In other words, what's the name of the cooperative under there, what identified pure opportunity is there, what is the size, potential investment size as well, number of farmers present at that particular location, access to the nearest market, access to the grid, and the different population distribution around that particular investment project. So this is the purpose now where the Energy Access Explorer comes in with more projects that will be onboarded. These identified investment portfolios will be put on this open source tool for anyone to easily see and use for planning of their next intervention, of their next project, or if it's a private sector, they can also go there and see in this particular districts where did World Resources Institute, collect data from? Where can I begin? Yeah, and the contacts of these people are also readily available once we publish the finalized investment prospectus. So yes, that's a snippet into the work we have been doing with World Resources Institute in Uganda. Of course, continuing to grow, but just starting with this to identify what are some of the opportunities we can start with as a sector to invest in productive uses of energy to ensure that it scales into the picture that we all envision it to be. Yeah, thank you, and would like to welcome any questions that you might have come up with during the course of the presentation. Thank you. I don't know if there was another microphone. I don't know if it's on any particular table. So you can raise your hand if you have questions for me, for WRI. Feel free.
Thank you, Paul, for a wider deliberation. Mine is major on irrigation data. It so happens that we have good systems, but somehow they are limited with the water source. So I don't know whether data went as far as identifying the different water sources. What beats my understanding, there is a time I was in the Antronde. It was a dry spell, farmers moving their dairy cows. And this meant that even the rainwater they had collected had gotten drained. So data in regards to water source is pertinent in a sense that one will have the so-called systems and what have you, but because of lack of this constant source, somehow they will still go to a disaster. So have we looked at doing underground if possible? Because for those who have done underground, the source is there forever. My interest is along the lines of the sources, especially for irrigation, that will assist in a period of drought to those who are having issues, especially the dairy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. And I know I'm a bit conflicted since I was part of this research. I'm keen on finding out from you, with your interaction with especially the dairy cooperatives, but also the other produce cooperatives, if the opportunities for e-mobility, because I know that, well, the jury is still out on whether e-mobility is productive use, but I know that it's a very important need, especially for the cooperatives, but also the farmers that are far-flung, transporting their produce across those bad roads. I was in Chiwoga last week, and there's a cooperative there called Duaniro that has about 200 milk transporters, youth that are using motorcycles powered by petrol. And I just saw such a huge need for motorcycles, but they just don't know how to acquire them or even where to get them. So I was just wondering if during your interaction with these cooperatives and the farmers, e-mobility came up, and whether the room now believes that e-mobility is productive use. Thanks.
Hi, Paul. Thank you for the presentation. It was really interesting. So I'm curious, particularly on the solar-powered irrigation slide, about some of the differences in cost for those investments, because in one location I saw that to impact 500 farmers, I think it was about $180,000, and in another it was more like 900,000. So that's a massive difference. So potentially I'm wondering if it's, as this gentleman was saying, to do with water limitation or to do with the size of the area farmed, or maybe you perceive there's a different risk of default in different areas. But I'd like to know from your research if you have a list of what those main causes for the investment differences are for investors in the room.
Yeah, thank you, Paul, for the presentation. I want to appreciate first your involvement of the last mile financial institutions, especially Tier 4s. When you were talking about the target beneficiaries, and you talk about smallholder farmers, that will go to vain if you don't touch on Tier 4 financial institutions and SACCOs. I would love to bring to your attention, especially when Anderson was presenting, there were two key words: affordability and reliability. I have been in this industry long enough. From basically 2017, Nile Microfinance started participating in this intervention. But I can tell you, the challenges on ground are practically different from what we're experiencing now. More of the partners work more with the Tier 1 to Tier 3 financial institutions. And a lot of resources are concentrated up there. But their criteria for dealing, their eligibility criteria, their business model is not that inclusive for the last mile customer. That is an area where CRIC, Wild Resources Institute, and other stakeholders should pay very keen attention to. I want to appreciate the Ministry of Energy, through Uganda Energy Capitalization Company. We have been participating, but I can tell you my experience right now. We started basically with the low-hanging fruits. With off-grid system, I must say we did a lot in northern region. Most of the 8 of the 12 districts, we did very well there. When we want to move up to now productive use of renewable energy, and we have very aggressive marketing. If you go to our office, there is a lot of marketing material provided by API. But now when it comes to implementation, there is a serious constraint in design. Energy service companies are the ones who have been given the opportunity for subsidies. I will tell you myself, our company, we have the market base, but we cannot provide the subsidies. You will hear the subsidies in the urban areas. Go to the villages. Please, there is nothing in the villages. That's a talk in the town. We need to walk the talk, and our model must be inclusive. Actually, by design, we are very exclusive. And that's how we are not going to touch the life of the common person. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and all the other participants who have aired out their views. First of all, I need to appreciate your presentation. It is educative, and it really highlights the interventions we are doing under the Ministry of Agriculture. But my appeal to you is that we need to categorize the farmers we are targeting so that we know whether we are looking at the small scale, micro, small scale, or the commercial farmers. When my colleague here was talking about the data on water sources, it really touched me because under the program we are coordinating in the Ministry of Agriculture of supporting farmers with irrigation systems, we have faced a major challenge of water sources because the program was only supporting farmers who already have the water sources. And so it ended up leaving out so many because these were micro farmers with 2.5 acres as at most the land which is going to be supported. So they did have the capacity to set up or to develop or to construct those reservoirs which are permanent. Mind you, we are looking at solar, which is constant, so even the water source must be constant because you don't have control on the pumping system. So let's categorize which farmers we are looking at. But eventually, due to the numerous sessions we carried out on the awareness, our farmers really came to know what we wanted from them. And in the beginning, when they were expressing interest, the numbers were high because it looked as if everybody was going to support it. But along the way, when it came to the terms which were set, the conditions that the farmer must be having water source, so most of them did manage to go past that level. And those who managed to go past that level ended up encroaching on maybe on those on wetlands. And so we also had to engage the natural resource offices, that is the environment office, so that they really give a guide on those farmers not to put their sources into the wetlands or the natural streams, which will end up affecting the people who are downstream. So, in summary, is that let's categorize the farmers we are targeting so that we know the level of support we are to give. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, very much for the presentation. I'm really excited about the pipeline since investment is always, I think, a topic of discussion. I was just curious to find out if there is any more information on how much has so far been invested and what that investment gap looks like. Would also be very good to unpack a bit when you say long-term financing, what type of financing is really needed, and maybe if again there is information by what type of farmers. The idea that I think we have cooperatives here with us and working through circles, I think it's a great idea. It needs to be explored more in our, I think, current work. We're doing some work with circles, but their needs, I think, go beyond the financing, the capacity building that is needed, and for them to really understand the sector to serve them better, I think are other things that could be interesting to explore. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for the great presentation. My question is also whether you were able to assess the opportunity for e-cooking to be included as part of productive use of energy, considering the growing hospitality sector and the way we have so many small businesses in this sector. And then the other question is whether it was inclusion of the refugee hosting district in the research, considering their different levels of income as well as the market fragility. Thank you.
So we can have one last
Just one more, but
yeah.
also my comment, this might be a comment or a question, but then, so I'm hearing a couple of things that have come up, and from what we are observing for us being a financer in the sector is the layering of the different type of technologies is very important. I don't know whether this has been considered. By what I mean by layering is there are different type of pumps and pump sizes, and these can have different prices. Okay, so I think it's important that as we push for PUE, we kind of clearly, detail, what kind of pump class or pump size goes for this type of farmers. This helps when you're coming to apply, for example, financing. Like what happens is, like, all the budget holders, all the institutions who are running maybe some results-based financing, we are finding ourselves starting to compete. But it's basically easy for us to say, we can then basically finance this class, let's say tier 4, maybe pumps of 5 kilowatts plus. I think that is very important. Then we can know that where can we apply our financing in as an RBF. But then that kind of information would be very important for us to know that it's there, the type of farmers. And I really do agree also with the previous comments, for example, I think the water sources, because all this basically tie in. But for me, mine's about the technology, classification, and basically layering them up to make it easy for us to apply our RBFs or financing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for those many questions. Yes, so we'll try to address some and hand over others to my colleagues from WI. And yes, if you also feel you can ask a question, we shall also give you the opportunity to support. So just going question by question. So yes, Francis from Equity Bank, mentioned an important point there. On the availability of the water source and its consideration. So after collecting these different potential value chains, I mentioned that now we can even take a step further, and now using the Energy Access Explorer, using the different levels of filters available, such as energy potential, population, market access, but also water potential. Depending on the particular PUE opportunity you're looking at, you can now zero down to those particular ones that have that particular criteria, that fit that particular criteria you're looking at. Maybe we had not included it in the investment full proposal, in the investment prospectus, but we planned to now, as like an executive summary, what are some of, let's say, the 10 high potential opportunities from this study. And this is now in consideration of all those factors, including water access. Yes. So opportunity for e-mobility, this was identified, although we didn't dive deep into it, but there was potential, especially along the fish value chain. Yeah, we noticed, as we showed you, they are using ice, ice trucks. They put in ice, and until it melts, then that's the end of the of that particular value chain being handled. So that is one of the areas where e-mobility could come in, along with the milk transportation, dairy transportation. what are the differences in the costs you mentioned, Zoe? So yes, so in a particular district, we could have engaged with a cooperative with maybe like 900 farmers, yeah? And then in another district, could have been just a farmer group having 30 farmers. So that's what's causing the main difference in the costs as aggregated per district. So you see, also in a particular district, we might have more cooperatives we interacted with than in another. So, but once you go in the detailed investment prospectus, you'll go cooperative by cooperative, and you see now this cooperative has maybe 600 plus farmers that need SPIS systems, and also the farming, the size of the land being farmed could make justification for the costing done there. So that also helped inform the size of the pure opportunity. For example, if we are sizing a solar-powered irrigation pump, we are mainly looking at the irrigation needs, but also the land, the land being farmed, the size of the land being farmed. Categorization of the farmers according to whether micro scale or small scale farmers. So many of them were the small holder farmers engaged through their cooperatives. So you'll find that the average land size we were looking at was 2 to 3 acres of the farmers that were being represented by the cooperatives. Involvement of the lower tier financial institutions, yes, this is quite pertinent. We tried as much as to reach out to those that we know, to have access, contacts with, but I believe this was not only a question to me, but also to the partners in the room. How can they engage the lower tier financial institutions, the SACCOs, the VSLAs, and I think that's a discussion we can carry on with this conversation. So far, none of the opportunities have been invested in. So this is now at validation and dissemination stage, and going further, gathering the stakeholders in this room is where we are trying to make now the connections to zero down into particular opportunities that could be invested in together with the stakeholders identified here. And also, I mentioned that they are planning another regional convener in Nairobi later in June to try to gather more financiers and pitch to them the opportunities identified in their impact, in their footprint areas, including Uganda, where more investment could be channeled to these opportunities. Inclusion of e-cooking and refugees. Unfortunately, we didn't include this in our scope, trying to understand the differences, the demographic differences, income level disparities between refugees and the nationals. So we won't represent that in the IP, but also this is something that could be tackled in future scopes, diving deep in a particular segment, market segment. How can this segment be included, as well as e-cooking? Yes. David, if you have some questions you'd like to expound on.
Yeah, maybe I can start. And thank you so much, Paul, for handling most of the questions. I'll just pick up on what exactly we are doing on the microfinance institution space. So it's true, a lot of the funding has been channeled to higher tiers financial institutions, but we as WRI recognize that there's that need. So at the moment, we actually have a pilot that we are developing, but this is in Tanzania, still within the theory space, where we'll be introducing results-based incentives to microfinance institutions in order to incentivize them to own land towards smallholder farmers. So we have, we as WRI are the ones who have set up those metrics that we want those microfinance institutions to lend to smallholder farmers. And in a way, it's more about providing some level of interest to those lower tier microfinance institutions to be able to on lend. Because one of the things that has been coming out quite strongly is the level of risk of these smallholder farmers, but then again also the capacity of those microfinance institutions themselves that and the lower tiers, because most of them actually just maybe in a certain region. It's very difficult to find a microfinance institution that's nationwide. They're there, but maybe there are few. So the other thing is the geographical coverage to ensure that the microfinance institutions reach smallholder farmers, especially in the rural areas, is a key consideration that we have as a metric. So we'd be providing some grants in the form of results-based financing to these microfinance institutions. And one of the metrics that we have put there is to ensure that they're able to lend to smallholder farmers in rural areas. So this is something that we are doing in that space. Based on the success of that pilot, we plan to scale this, not just to more microfinance institutions and other lower tier financial institutions, but also to different geographies as well. And potentially Uganda and Kenya could be part of this pilot in terms of scaling. So that's on the microfinance side. I'd like to just echo one issue around refugee settlements. I know Paul mentioned that we did not include this in our scope here, but I want to mention that the Energy Access Explorer has more attributes that you can overlay, and part of the attributes is actually refugee settlements. So once these projects go live, in as much as we did not include that metric at this level, when you are able to access the Energy Access Explorer, you will be able to overlay such metrics to say, okay, we have these projects, 69 of them. I want only those projects that can access a certain refugee settlement to be visible to me. So the projects will be filtered at that point. And I think also some of the questions that were being raised could be answered a lot more when we have more details of the investment prospectuses, which of course this was more of a summary. But then again, I just wanted to point out that there are more metrics that you can overlay onto that platform, and it's purely customizable depending on what you want, including the issues to do with inland water cover, like I said, the refugee settlements and all that. Yes, let me pause there, unless, David, you have something more to add. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one or two additions. One on the for example, on the water sources. I think there's a question you had asked on the water sources. So that data is actually available in the Energy Access Explorer. I think it's a data set we may want to highlight in the summaries for the projects. So we look at it and see in the final document whether we're able to do that. But since we have the coordinates for these projects and all that, using the EAE, you can actually see whether it's near a water source or a river. But of course, for groundwater, that may be a different case. And also the kind of groups of farmers that we're engaging. I think that will be part of what will be shared. So we went out there to speak to smallholder farmers grouped in cooperatives or self-help groups, and you're able to see the nature of the kind of group it is. We are prioritizing projects where the groups are easily investable. So there was also that criteria to just make sure that, you know, they are easier to engage than maybe individual farmers or groups that maybe are not registered or have not received financing before. But as Anderson mentioned, what was shared is a summary. So the projects are shared in more detail, where you can see the number of farmers, the kind of projects, what leads up to that financing need, the 250 or 150 or 900. You can see the details in the larger document. And I think we are willing to share with those who are interested to provide further input and validation before we finalize that. So if you'd be interested, you can let Paul know so that you can be part of the group that kind of validates that data later on. Thank you.
Thank you, David and Anderson. I would like to also invite Dr. Brian. You might have some questions you'd like to answer or some feedback you would want to give to the audience. Thank you.
I didn't have a question, so I was waiting for the questions to end. Then I make comments, because it's important that I listen in. And there are many times I've made my questions and people have not been very happy. That's why I go for comments now. Because they say we've made the sector academic, full of doctors from everywhere. So we are very careful. Allow me run through the comments. I was writing my own notes, but he told me to say something, and allow me to say the things that I've written. For us as the ministry, we want to make sure that we have created that environment that facilitates the business, including PUA, right? So some of the questions that we need answered are some of the things I'm going to say, because once we have them answered, then I can go to the minister and say, can we have a policy on this? So I'll be listing them very fast, because they are quite a number. I'm quite a writer. So one of the questions that came out in the preliminary slides on me was, you said this money is short term, so it's not patient, the grace periods are not good enough. So for me, from the policy side, I would be asked, what would be the optimum? Because then when we make a policy, we say, if you're not giving money with this average grace period, even him, Fred here, would be saying, how much should the grace period be? You know, how patient should our capital be if it's going to be favorable? So from the analysis, I didn't see that coming out, and I hope you will be able to answer that. Then you had these good graphs of those benefiting. And I wanted to know, of those benefiting on loan, grant, blended, what is the local content contribution? How many of those are local companies that are accessing, because they are providers? What is the breakdown of the clients? Because for us, that's part of our local content policy as a country, and we are required to report on this all the time. And someone from Investment Authority will agree with me that that's very important, that we want that deeper knowledge of that data. You say the short-term financing is bad, or we said it is the picture of the money that we have. For adoption, you said it's not very good. But when you went to ranking of the commodities and the value chains, horticulture came out. So how do you want to lend someone money for 2 years, yet he's growing a crop of 3 months? So isn't it possible that our money now is structured well? Because the high value chains, horticulture, are short term. So is it possible that we are actually doing very well as a country? Because the money looks like the commodities that are attractive. Again, that's something that we would want data on. I'm reading very fast. Please bear with me. Then you came to the point of grants. I think somewhere you had debts. Don't we have some double counting on those bar graphs? Because UECCC gets money from World Bank, gives it to a financing institution. So how did we count the money? Did we count it at the level of UECCC, or when it gets to equity? And when it gets to equity, do we have some problems there? Because these graphs for us are very good. We want to talk about the financing of renewable energy in the country and to show that this is the kind of financing and this is how it's changing. These are just comments. You don't even have to answer these questions. Then one of the lines that you said when you're doing the algorithm for these best projects, One of the lines was on access to financing institutions. And I can tell you, I have been a farmer, not a very successful one. That's why you've not heard about me. If I was successful, you'd be seeing me in newspapers. I've not been successful, but I don't know how many farmers get money from those financing institutions. So the first thing I would have looked for is how do farmers access credit? And then once I know the predominant credit source, then I look for a distance to it or accessibility to it. That's what I would put in the chu, the other side. Now, when you measure distance between my home in Kawanda and Kawempe to Equity, yet I've never gotten money from Equity, that becomes a redundant variable in that model. These are just comments. Some of us borrow money. So what is the access to a VSLA? Maybe it would have been a better measure. I'm trying to run very fast. Already the questions are irritating people. Now you went to a slide which showed selected value chains. And you ranked them 1, 2, 3, 4. For us in mathematics, at least at the academic level, we look at significance levels. So this rank of 1, 2, 3, 4 may not be a correct one. I would have gone for cluster. I would have clustered these interventions because some of them were 6.2 is number 1, 6.1 is number 2, 6.3. It gives a wrong picture that horticulture is better than the next commodity. I don't remember the slide. What I would have done is create typologies of inter-value chains. Say, priority number 1 value chains, those first 4 were not significantly different. So that we say, if you want cluster 1 intervention, you don't have to do horticulture, but the number 2, number 3, number 4 are also within that cluster. It helps us to make investment decisions than saying all of us now want loans for horticulture. Yet there is no difference. And incidentally, coffee, which is now a political commodity, is in number 7. And if you went for cluster, for me when I did cluster, it was in cluster 2. So I thought that mathematics needed something, and I'm moving. Now let me go to more science now. When you use districts to get value chains, you fail on arrival, especially in agriculture. And I've seen 2 people from agriculture here. We should have gone for agroecological zones and sampled them and picked representative, and you can still do it. It is not nothing. I can, if you give me these districts, I'll tell you the zones. And I tell you that within this zone, these are the cooperatives that are promising. And I'll talk later about why that is very important. Because agriculture is based on the agroecological zones. Now when you say ginger kamoli, and then you pick horticulture for ginger kamoli, it's possible that that's the only thing that grows better there. So if I went to the 12 or 11, I don't know whether they've changed. They used to be 21, they came to 12, I don't know where we are. If we had picked 6 value chains per agroecological zone, and you say these perform well, it's very easy to scale the knowledge. Now when you say ginger, you can't scale ginger into Masaka. And when you came to one of the maps, towards the end when you picked the good value chains, looks like the best performing value chains were following the cattle corridor. It is up to you to make your suggestion. They follow the cattle corridor, only that you didn't sample Karamoja. Had you also sampled Karamoja, you would have seen the pattern. Meaning that we are at the risk of missing answering her question of the refugee. Because you're following districts, you don't have scalability in the results. Had we followed agroecological zones, you say, what performs well in the northern moist farmlands? What performs well in the Choga Benzi? Because commodities don't just occur. Even when I want to do cows, I may not do Frisian in Iguru. Yet if you did the cattle value chain and gave us the best value chains, it's easier for another project to pick your data and take it to Karamoja. I'm already irritating you. Let me run faster. So could we have gotten better results if we piloted this explorer in a specific value chain where we pick all the data that people are asking, made it perfect, then we go to the next level. We did it with another intervention that did a district and went on scaling. But that's not for today. Let me go to money. All of you want money. In some of the slides, we have said this is the investment amount needed from a bank equity. But we've not been able to quantify the benefits to a detail. For example, somewhere you said you'd get 189 metric tons of carbon dioxide per what? Was it per season? Per season. If I convert that at a conservative value of $120 per ton carbon, it could be half. But I used the UN estimate for Africa. It means that that same value chain would get $22,680 per season in carbon emissions if you're offsetting it. So meaning that we could even forget this little money and only aggregate these cooperatives to sell their carbon, and they would earn more money than borrowing from these banks that take off your neck. I mean, I did the simple mathematics because you're only looking at what they need to invest. You're not looking at the stream of incomes that they could harness. And I've calculated for you one. And one of them gets 500 kilograms per season. If you multiply that, you can go on. And I'm on the last slide of my presentation, but you also had so many. Allow me also to do this. 69 projects across the country. In mathematics, in geospatial statistics, and I'm sure you did it when you were presenting. Extrapolation is a very risky undertaking. When you want to extrapolate over a country, you must get representative points because it uses a mathematics that must get neighborings. So if you're getting 69 projects and extrapolating them over Uganda, you're making a very huge assumption. Probably those 69 could have come from one agroecological zone. But, and I'm not maybe an expert there, but I have problems. I'm about to finish. I see you uncomfortable. These are comments. These are not answers. You know we came here for validation, right? And you would want the minister to sign a forward for this document, right? Let's put in value. It's called a high-level meeting. This is the last slide, don't worry. Grid bias versus solar, I think you answered that very well. Access to finance versus readiness for financing. For me, it is one thing to live closer to Bank of Uganda. It increases your chances. Those in economics say the closer you are to the Bank of Uganda, the higher the chances that you're rich. Because for some reason you have the ability to live closer to Bank of Uganda, right? But for me, proximity to a financing institution is not the most important tool in that algorithm. Your readiness to get money from that bank is more important. Otherwise, equity lives in many remote places. I even found it in remote southern Sudan, in very remote areas, but the poverty is there. So shouldn't we be looking for another variable that would measure your ability to use that financing institution rather than distance? Because distance is never a problem for a farmer to reach a financing institution. It is your readiness to be funded, right? Maybe that would have been a better tool, but again, I'll leave that to others. Second last, extrapolation I've answered last. The top project, and that's why when you did this, you know the top project that came out, remember where you had the Annie arrow? That project was not based on the actual variables that would define investment. I don't know whether I want to call it adoption or something. It measured the variables that went into the algorithm that WRI developed, some of which may be you call it, Julius, you tell me those English, superfluous or something like that. Let me use a simple word. Variables that don't add value to a model. That's why your best project was in Irira, and if you look at its profile, it couldn't have beaten many other projects had we started the other side. Now that's where I'm coming, and this is my last part. Be comfortable. This is my last part. In chemistry, we used to do something called back titration. And some of you did chemistry, some of you just left it there. In back titration, I can start with the answer and work backwards the ingredients, right? That's chemistry. Similarly, in modeling, you start with a simple question. What are the attributes or the characteristics of the best investment profile? So that you can get maybe 10 cooperatives that are successful and those that may not be successful. You do a holistic profile assessment. Out of those, you get descriptions or variables that describe the most successful profile. And then you go out to collect data. With those values, they can be 10, they can be 5. So normally when you're doing the first part, you ask so many questions. Then you do int factor reduction, principal component analysis, and reduce them to the most important factors that contribute to that profile. That's why people are asking questions there. Where is the water? Where is this? Because we don't know the list of the most important variables. For those of you now that I use the chemistry, let me use banking. In banking, when they go to give you a loan, they have already done the mathematics on the people who can pay. They've done their logit-probit model and looked at the success of payment. So they've picked the things that describe people who will pay. So when the bank is asking you number of children, land size, it is based on those variables that define the algorithm that predicts your success of payment. Someone already did it. So the questions we are asking here are because we don't have the actual descriptors of the success of a cooperative. Once we define that, then we bring it backwards, and those are the questions we lay across all the other institutions. And that's why you may not find that leader project would have been the most viable investment. Probably there could have been other variables that were very important in modeling, and I don't want to turn this into a classroom on modeling. But I have told you that that is the best way. You don't just ask questions. Questions like distance from a financing institution, I can tell you today, they will not emerge as significant contributors to that model. They are just redundant variables in that model. And I've not said what we've presented here is wrong, but I've just given you my comments, and they are not supposed to be answered. There are things to think about, and I think we can add this. I took almost
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Brian, for those validation comments. Yes, as you mentioned, these are not to be answered all, but rather to be considered to take back and refine the work done. I just wanted to mention that the comment regarding the agroecological zones, this was actually considered in selection of the districts. So if you go maybe to bring it out, you'll notice that the districts visited were according to performance of the value chains. So if we are looking at maize, we visited particular districts that are strong in maize production. If we are looking at horticulture or fish and fish products, so that one was represented in the methodology of selecting the particular districts. Yes, so the other comments have been well noted, and we shall go back to the drawing board to see how we can improve this output to suit the sector. Yes, thank you for the feedback, the much needed feedback raised to this presentation, and would also like to get more insights from you. That's why we organized for a brief panel session, which will be moderated by David Njugi. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon already? Yes. I know it's been a long morning, but we have one or two more things, at least one before we break for lunch. So we have a panel discussion that will discuss a few of the details we've highlighted and hear from some of the sector stakeholders. So I would like to invite the panelists here to come forward. Julius Magala from UNCDF, kindly make your way here. Fred from UECCC. Fred, I think he stepped out or? Okay. We have Vincent from Tulima Solar. You can appreciate them as they come. Then we have Ivan. Is it Ivan or is it Ivan? Eddie. From GSZ, welcome. And Francis from Equity Bank. He stepped out. Sorry? Oh, Francis. Welcome. So who are we missing? Fred, yeah? Yeah, I think Fred will join us as soon as he's here. But yeah, thank you all for being able to make it for this panel. And we'll have a first round of introduction. If you could just say who you are, what you do. I think our focus for this panel was on the business and financing models for productive use. You could speak to some of the projects that you've seen. I know there are a lot of questions that have been asked. Some we have answers for, some we do not have, and will be incorporated as we move forward. But yeah, if you could just start with that first round, your introduction, what you do, and maybe speak a bit on what you're doing, financing, the different models for productive users.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julius Magala. I work with UNCDF as the Energy Access Coordinator. Just talking to my friend and just, saying, Paul and Susan, we need some gender balance on this panel because it's looking really strange. It's just only men. I hope there are some females to join us. So yes, I do work with UNCDF, which is United Nations Capital Development Fund, and our role is to really catalyze financing, both for private sector and public sector, especially in least developed countries, together with the UN system, UNDP. We can also provide financing for other countries, but focus is really LDCs and working with both public sector and private sector. We do have a number of financing instruments, so we can provide debt, which is concessional debt, as most people would call it. And through our work on access to debt, we can do it through participating financial institutions. What has changed over time for UNCDF in terms of approach is that we've realized that we need to explore more channels of providing access to finance. So beyond the traditional financing institutions, commercial banks, we are now deeply exploring how we can work very closely with cooperatives, circles, but also a growing I think, interest in fintechs. So to this end, we have a number of financing facilities catering, I think, to different segments of the market. We do have a agribusiness financing facility, specifically for micro and small businesses with World Food Program. So we're providing financing again for agribusinesses, including for green assets, part of what we're talking about here. We have a START facility, which we're working together with PSFU and Uganda Development Bank, which is catering to a bit larger financing institutions, but also large agribusinesses. And again, in that there is a component of everything we're discussing here, PUE. We've and in the process of developing an MSME financing facility, and part of the sectors that we're really looking at is again agriculture. I think one of the questions and findings that has been presented here on ticket sizes, but also wider focus on some of the smallholder farmers, is because they form the majority. And as you provide finance, you want impact, but you also want to focus where there is a gap. So we're finding that a lot of, especially medium and large businesses are accessing finance, but the micro and small businesses are not accessing, finance. And so in our strategy, we really want to focus, on those. And all our facilities are really focusing on a lot of micro and small businesses. Well, we're working with medium businesses. I believe it's because of the linkages, but also the opportunity to scale market opportunities, especially for small businesses.
Thank you, Julius, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vincent Seremba. I'm co-CEO of Tulima Solar. I'm also one of the founders of the company. We've been in this market for right now about 5 to 6 years. And our approach, we're a private company, productive use of renewable energy, of course. In terms of products, we focus on solar irrigation systems. We have as well launched agro-processing machines, and our approach is really a full-service model where we work with partners. And I realize that there's a lot of our partners in the room. I think all the gentlemen that are here, our partners. We have Masico in the room. Of course, we've worked with UNCDF. I think everybody here is more or less our partner. But our approach was, or it has been, that to get access to the market and to get it the quickest, ensuring that we keep our costs low, is to actually to work with people that have developed the market systems. So when you talk about cooperatives, I think VSLAs, banks, that's where we actually access our farmers. Then we do promote the technology. So on an annual basis, even on a weekly basis, we are continuously promoting our technology, enlisting leads of farmers that are actually interested in it. Then for those that are interested, whether it is irrigation systems or agro-processing machines, we actually do physical surveys because we do believe with our solutions, that's why we call them productive. It's not a one-size-fits-all. There's quite a range. There's smallholder farmers, there's the mid-sized farmers, and there's people that are actually commercial. And even at times, there's people that are entrepreneurs that are trying to just try it out as a side business. We fully understand that. But as I said, the way we access it is through these partnerships. Then, after the survey is done, we normally suggest a system that works for the farmer. We provide 2 modes of payments. One is cash. Another one is financing. We do internal financing through pay-as-you-go as a company, but as of recent, we have partnered up with Equity Bank, Centenary Bank, Vision Fund, and others that have come up. There's also Venture that are not typically sort of like microfinance institutions, but they do provide financing as well. So we are working with those. So we are gradually getting away from financing our own farmers, but having partners finance them, which is a very good thing, so that then we can focus on the productive use equipment. Then when financing is done, or the payments are done, we do the installation. Then we work with the farmers for about 2 years to ensure that irrigation is made easy, but not only irrigation. We fully understand that farmers have a lot of challenges. There's those that are highly productive and sometimes don't have access to where to actually sell their produce. So we do have those linkages as well. There's also those that are just challenged in terms of the production itself. We do have partners that actually provide agro inputs and then also extension services. So I think we have, I don't want to say we have figured it out, David, but I think in the ecosystem that we are in, especially in Uganda, where it's very organized and partners are very open to talk to each other, to help each other. I think we have figured out a way to sort of like resolve issues with farmers from production to financing all the way to access to markets. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, David, and good morning, everyone. I'm called Ivan Tarema. I work with Energizing Development, one of the projects under the GIZ Energy and Climate Program. And for us, PU is one of our focus areas. We've transitioned from promotion of energy access to supporting applications that ensure, productive uses of energy. I feel particularly proud to be seated with Vincent and the Tulima Solar team, who we've worked with for the better part of 5 years. And it's through these private sector partnerships that a lot of our work is focused. We do use instruments like the result-based financing, which we apply, to support these private sector companies to reach even the farthest people with these technologies. Beyond that, we also do support innovation through our projects like the Smart Communities Coalition Innovation Fund, as well as other projects like the Sustainable Energy for Smallholder Farmers, where we promote pilots on solar drying, solar cooling, like in the dairy value chain, to interesting models also around, poultry brooding. I'm sure some of you have heard about this. This is being championed by Bright Life. So a lot of these innovations we try to promote and support those partners to achieve scale and enter the markets in that regard. So a lot of the other issues on how we do this sustainably, I will share much more during the panel session. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Francis Sansa from Equity Bank, and I support the food and agriculture pillar. Happy to represent our member for energy and environment, and it's a blessing in this case because this is an area I feel, if it is well tackled, it will really give answers to our food and agriculture needs. As I said, at Equity, we do business looking at 3 engines. Financial institutions like Equity Bank are known to be in commercial space. Yes, we have a commercial line, but outside the commercial, we have the social engine that looks at understanding how societies can really move from where they are to where they want to be. That is by way of addressing concerns to do with their well-being, which begins with food itself, water, health, and a number of other social requirements. Then, if you have these 2, the remaining pillar is sustainability. And maybe that's why you heard me asking about source. Yes, we do A, B, C, D, but will it stay for life? how can we remain sustainable. It's a fully fledged engine that has human resource, and we are happy to support business in that angle. It's Equity Uganda, but part of Equity Group Foundation, which you are well aware, its background is major on agriculture. And even here in Uganda, way back in 2008, it was Uganda Microfinance Limited which sold shares to Equity. So when I'm speaking about equity, you should remember the farmers MDI then, Uganda Microfinance Limited, that gave way to Equity. Maybe looking at business models, because the discussion today focuses us to seeing what is done vis-a-vis what is required. I must say, financial institutions in Uganda are walking the journey away from conventional to tailor-made products. And that is a journey that we cannot move alone as financial institutions. And I'm happy a discussion of this kind is coming on board to see how partners like UNCDF, we are happy, they are already our partners. UECCC, which is coming from Ministry of Energy. We also have, for agriculture, we have IFAD supporting our oil palm growing in the shores of Lake Victoria. We also have, for Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Finance, the Agriculture Credit Facility. All those programs are coming in to see to it that we move from what we want to do as commercial institutions that lead to financial, but to attend to the needs of society. So, blended finance, I must say, we need to embrace it. But maybe, how should it come? Because the way I talked about like those three, for example, when you look at what we do under Agriculture Credit Facility, which is open to whatever we've been discussing today, it works in a sense that government of the Republic of Uganda and financial institutions in Uganda contribute capital at a 50-50 ratio. What is maybe not working with a number of financial institutions, they would expect the capital to come before their disbursement. But what happens, financial institutions employ their 100% and then go for the remaining 50 from the partner. So a model that gives 100% to a participating financial institution would be good for what we are discussing today, and maybe follow-ups done to see how it was utilized 100%. I think if I'm to compare this with the palm oil, which is supported by IFAD still through Ministry of Agriculture, here we were given a fund to manage on behalf of the partners. So I believe this is also another way. But for sustainability of business, and especially if we are to address the climate change issues that have become pertinent, especially in this era, I believe we need development finance in a sense that partners stroke financial institutions walk the journey with a contribution from the owners of the business. It sounds to be far away from where we are currently. Sorry, I will not say equity because we are all in the financial institutions and we are quite many. And it so happens that the current offerings are not from equity alone, and still not one tier of tier one. As you heard, there are those who are giving money right away from microfinance. So we feel like moving away from that, especially when it comes to discussions of this kind. Why? whenever I'm seated, I try to ask myself, we are in Uganda, we are in East Africa, having Lake Victoria and River Nile. But the key beneficiaries in Africa are not the East African people, but instead Egypt. So what is that missing between these East African people to make proper use of the water? I will tell you for free that the water the Egyptians use walks distance from the East African region. And outside the big water sources, we have the small streams, and maybe we can as well improvise and have additional water sources in those far to reach areas. As I was seated there, an article came through indicating the numbers of people dying in Kotido because of resorting to alcohol as a way of not having what to eat. Can you imagine? So what to eat has to be prepared before, which is the food and agriculture. But I believe the water we are discussing here has a lot to play on what to eat and even what to plow. So if a model comes out where the financial institutions or the development partners have a stake, not that you are financing to go and wait for incomes, but you are financing because the outcomes of your financing will impact. I don't know whether I'm trying to communicate. Because the conventional today is that if you want 100 million, the financial institution will give you, then you give it interest. So their interest, however much they will talk a lot in terms of, yes, we are supporting this. But their interest is going to be on, have you brought our money? Yes. And in most cases, the interactions will stop at the level of you completing. So I'm saying it should change in a sense that if, for example, it was an investment of 100 million, a customer has, say, 25% stake. Then the remaining 75 says between the partner and the financial institutions. But the returns are expected after the project has worked. Today we are financing, for example, irrigation systems. A number of institutions will not be interested in knowing whether the irrigation systems are working or not, but instead, has the customer given us our money? So the model should go away from what I've just said as being conventional, but mindful of the outcome. I don't know whether I'm still doing the introduction, but I'm happy to have additions in terms of what we are doing currently, especially in terms of financing. And I would like to take away the fears of one of the members who said funds don't reach the VSLAs. I believe we need to discuss more of, they said e-mobility. So a lot has to be done in terms of how can cash reach whoever wants it in the shortest time possible. That area of discussion, I think I will come back given an opportunity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fred Pairwe. I work with the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, abbreviated as UECCC, and I'm the program manager for productive uses of energy. The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, or UECCC, is a government-owned company, and it was operationalized barely in 2010. It is 15 years old. but with the intentions or the goal of catalyzing investment in renewable energy. So it is acting as a market catalyst, and we work with the partners who are private sector informed. This is where we have financial institutions and companies. So UECCC does fundraising of resources, or it mobilizes resources from the government and the development partners and channels those resources to private sector partners to be able to facilitate investment in renewable energy. So now our partners for the financial institutions, we have banks or commercial banks, Tier 1 up to Tier 3. Then we are also supporting Tier 4 microfinance institutions and circles and funds. So we try to broaden the scope so that the financing can also go up to the grassroots level. So then we are also working with companies. We are dealing with the energy companies, or what we call energy service companies, companies that deliver energy products or systems to end users. So these are the companies we work with. So currently, because all that time UCC has been operating, we mostly offering credit instruments, but we now have a blended financing. It has been blended from day one, but we have added on more to the blend. We are currently implementing what we call the Electricity Access Scale-up Project, or abbreviated as EASP. It is a project which has a ticket size of $638 million. Of course, that is the size which is, and we are two implementers. There's the Ministry of Energy, so we have an implementation unit at the Ministry of Energy, and we also have an implementation unit at UCCC. So the biggest chunk of the money goes to develop the grid, to extend the grid to other places, and the UCCC is doing the off-grid part. And that's why we deal more with companies that are really crucial in the off-grid part. And the ticket size to UCCC is $110 million. So the project started in July 2023. It's now getting 2 years old. And the kind of financing that we have now, that we offer, all the financing instruments, we have credit financing, which is channeled through financial institutions, like I've mentioned, from Tier 1, 2, 3, 4, then circles and also funds. Then we also have guarantees, which are basically extended to financial institutions to de-risk the monies that they extend out to companies and end users. So these guarantees are in two forms. We have partial credit guarantees, which give at least 50% to financial institutions. We also have technology risk guarantee, which is supposed to cover up for the losses the risks in technology failure. Then we also have grants, or what we call in form of a result-based financing, which is also operational, and that one, as much as the project started in July of 2023, but the RBF, or the results-based financing scheme, was operationalized in November 2024. So it is about 6 months old, and so we are moving with all these financing instruments to be able to catalyze investment in renewable energy. We are currently operating actually on 3 schemes. We have off-grid solar, where we are companies are selling small lanterns and also small solar home systems, not very big, basically to increase access especially to underserved areas. We have clean cooking and productive uses of energy, which is the topic of today. So this project is being implemented countrywide. It's the whole country, including in refugee host communities and hard-to-reach areas. The hard-to-reach areas here, we categorize them as the islands and also the Karamoja area. So it is a countrywide project which has to reach out to each and every Ugandan and the refugees that are within the country. So now I'm going to really dwell so much on productive uses of energy because it's the component that we are talking about today. So that scheme is, of course, it is running on across all schemes across all financing instruments that we have, both credit and grants. So we are working with companies. Companies are the ones that are delivering these products, and then we get financing either from UCCC in form of the RBF grants and also credit when they need to access credit from the financial institutions that already access our credit. So for PUE, we are working with about 30 companies so far, but in the meantime, we are going to add more 10 companies probably next week so that they can continuously supply these PUE products and systems to end users. They are meant for business purposes. And this was done to say that if we have communities in rural areas where the government has already extended electricity and they would need to obtain these appliances, they can also obtain them and use them using the national grid. But that is for refrigeration and cooling. We also have grain milling or milling machines. So the same story as refrigeration, we are also supporting those grain mills that would want to use electricity and those that are using solar. So that is how we are really want to promote productive uses of energy. I know in mostly PUA is more so much into productive uses of renewable energy, but we have that component that comes in to really support that side of productivity. So,
maybe a question that is in my mind is, what level of success are you seeing?
Success?
Oh, yeah, in terms of the companies that you're supporting already. Can you already identify maybe the technologies that have most promise, that are easily scalable? Is there any indication on maybe the business model they are using to deploy, whether it is affecting their success and scalability?
Yes, thank you so much for that indulgence. So, for now we have moved for about 5 months, but of course we have already learned very many lessons out of the implementation program. Also, we observe that out of these technologies I've talked about that are supported especially on the RBF, because the RBF is moving, but we realize that the solar powered irrigation is moving very fast and it is giving numbers. But also, we also realize that the most companies that are selling are the companies that are using pay-as-you-go model. Even when there is a subsidy of 60%, let's say the product, an irrigation system is 8 million, and then the end user is required to pay about 3.3 million, then UCCC can pay around 4.8 as a 60%, but still the end users need another buffer to give that financing. So the subsidy is there, but they prefer at least the pay-as-you-go to cover the 40%. And for those companies that are not having the pay-as-you-go and are selling, they have to partner with at least some microfinance institutions or financial institutions to give that top-up. So the realization is that even when you're giving, even when there's a subsidy, there's still need for financing from the side of the demand side or the end users to be able to obtain these products. So they still need more financing. So pay-as-you-go companies are selling more, and those companies that are partnering with some financial institutions are also registering some sales.
Okay.
Then you talked about the numbers. The numbers are increasing. For example, when we started the RBF program, we had a target of achieving 142,000 for OGS, but for the entire project basically. But we have already surpassed that. The number is about 250. So we have, in 6 months, the project has hit 200% almost from the target. But for PUE, because of the ticket sizes of the products, it is still not peaking very fast. We are about at 1,000, and the project target is about 9,000, where we have about 5,000 in refugees. But so far we have done about 1,000. But the challenge, of course, has been that companies had not prepared so well. But now they are picking up. We believe by the end of the year we shall have very good numbers. And again, for PUE, out of this money, because it's an open basket, we have some money that is dedicated for PUE and cannot be used for anything, in addition to that basket that is the first come, first serve.
Okay. Thank you very much, and you have exhausted your questions. So do not worry if I don't come back to you, but I think it was important for you to give that background. I would like to ask Francis, I don't know whether you're participating in that particular program, but generally, how has the risking mechanisms that are being deployed by this development finance, I'll call it development finance, whether it's from the GIZs or UCCC, UNCDF, has it been catalytic? One, and is it working for the bank? If there are any gaps, what are those maybe conditions that maybe need to be tweaked for it to better serve the end consumers? And finally, are they giving you conditions on maybe who to finance? Yeah, maybe those for now.
Thank you, moderator. Maybe before I dive direct to those three areas, I would like to put it clear that in the journey to have energy addressed, the understanding of the different value chain performance is really pertinent. And as financial institutions, we've had financing ranging from production, marketing, and processing. So going direct to the question, the partnerships have really helped in a sense that when it comes to production, because if, for example, you look at an irrigation system, it will 100% be taken by somebody who is in production. And this is an area where financiers would perceive risk to be high. And one of the risks, water is there. So I would like to put it clearly that they assist us in reducing the risk when it comes to the customer we are working with. That is area number one. Then area number two, they also support in terms of reducing the cost of doing business. I normally put it clearly that financial institutions use depositors' money to lend out. But from programs like UECCC, funds are given and a financial institution is to employ. In so doing, you've made our work easy by availing cash for on lending. Diving straight to, because you are like, has it worked or it needs to be tweaked? I would say it has worked, but it needs some additions. And I would like to use an example of another program, which I'm sure you are aware of, done by a number of development partners, but managed by ASELI Africa. It has three components. It has an element to do with first loss cover. Yes, you've given me money to on lend, but you've also given me comfort that in case of an eventuality, I will come back and pay. The uniqueness with ASELI, this money that is going to cover you in the period of eventuality comes prior, as opposed to financial institution writing and claim we've gotten this and then money comes. So you have the money where I will pick from in case an occurrence happens. So I believe if this is also the same way with the some other existing programs, it would be better. Then again, it so happens that what we are talking about is not clear to everyone. It's a journey that requires mindset change. And a mindset change requires a lot of investment, if I'm to say. So much needs to be done in terms of TA. So partners should also allocate funds towards making the different beneficiaries and the key stakeholders aware of what it takes to have a successful investment. Because if it's not done, it will take us to what I talked about, just put money and wait until the end. But with the TA, number one, you are creating awareness before even this person gets on board. The awareness is going to increase appreciation. We used to study, a number of Ugandans studied using money from agriculture. I think it's like a few here who got money from other sources. But a few would appreciate going to collect, say, coffee during coffee season from the garden when we were still at school. I think it's at this level that we appreciate that the money that took us to school used to come from those funny gardens. Where I come from, we used to have funny pests, caterpillars and what have you. So you would fear a coffee plantation. So if this awareness is brought on board before, it will really create a ground for going concern element. That you are not doing it because the partner has come on board, but it is something you need, it is for life. So TA, I believe it is something that needs to be given cover. Then I may say incentivizing financial institutions, however much you are giving them money to do, but still, if I'm to use ASELI Africa, so what they do, they understand they understand the pain and costs that is that financial institutions go through to have, say, SME loans done. So, as opposed to giving you money, they are going to put an incentive towards a disbursement in line with what you want. Let me stick to Triple C being my close neighbor here. If, for example, Triple C says, puts an addition and says, for all loans you are going to give outside the funds we gave you, say your institution or your officers are entitled to this. Somehow, somewhere, it's going to be a driver. One may drive to have numbers and in the process assisting in achieving the entire or the overall target. Then the other thing is that such kind of fund, because it is left open, they don't dictate what you use it for. I used in building what wouldn't be there before. Just look at a branch, an equity branch in Ilila. Equity branch in Ilila, I think it is some, if not 300 kilometers away from Kotido. Then around 175 to Abim. So the movement from this nearby branch to this customer we want to have the service. Yes, they are in business, but how do you walk the journey? I think the incentives in terms of OPEX can as well bring value to business. Lastly, because at times the beneficiaries look at the cost. Because if all this is covered, the cost is already catered for. The business model can even dictate that if we have covered your costs up to this level, why not to give it at 8%? You've had scenarios where we are giving loans at 10%, 12%, 15%, as opposed to the market of 21.5. So all this will assist in even working with the cost of finance to the beneficiaries, and again it will assist in giving the monitoring and evaluation of the funds, as opposed to having, say, the partner coming to do their separate monitoring and evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we get time, we can come back to it. I think it would be good to see how the bank is using these to influence or to design their products and even better assess the risks of the customers, especially the smallholder farmers, because the money from the development agencies will dry up or will not be there forever. So the bank has to look at a way of, scaling these innovative models beyond that particular project. But coming to Ivan, I think there's something that has been mentioned in terms of capacity building, especially on the financial institutions, to better understand, these products, technologies, maybe even the way farmers are structured and all that, and how they can best access this kind of financing. And then there's something that has been mentioned earlier on climate finance. We have all these projects being supported by UCCC and all these other partners. And I'm looking at you because in your space, maybe you can help structure a project that can be able to unlock, climate finance, but also the question on, do you have any work going on, working with with the financial institutions to build their capacity and also stimulate demand, from the user side?
Yeah, thank you for those very, very good questions. So capacity building for us forms a very integral part
of our work. So for us, our focus has been on the private sector. We have very dedicated business development services projects where we look to ensure that much as there is this deployable revenue or deployable income under our RBFs, that the recipients of these monies are running sound business models, and that when they do get these monies, it is put to the right use. So that's the kind of, that's where we look at capacity development from on our end. With financial institutions, I think if you looked back 3 or 4 years ago, if you met me and said that GIZ or NDEV would be working with a bank, I would have said you're crazy. But right now, we understand the benefit of working with financial institutions like banks, also knowing and appreciating that this access to finance challenge, this is not a challenge we can address in isolation. We need the bank, and you know, access to finance is just not on the end user side. I think the banks will tell you that even the companies that are supported under RBF schemes, like the ones we run, and with the World Bank, the companies that are supported also have working capital challenges. So they always need additional financing beyond the RBFs to be able to play their part in this energy access journey. Climate finance, I mean, this is what we are all trying to do in one way or another. As GIZ and as part of the Energy and Climate Program, we have a project called the Global Carbon Markets Project, which is aimed at, you know, working with all stakeholders, be it the government, be it people in the energy space, in environment, forestry and the like, to understand and map out the potential for carbon projects within Uganda. And as you know, I think right now the sort of the secretariat or desk that manages that is with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. So we try to do linkages from our sector to the Ministry of Finance to map out this potential. What particularly excites me about today is carbon market development starts from data, right? Having the right data. So having a platform like what WRI and CRIC are developing that already maps out the potential at a country level, this is the beginning to be able to tap into what Dr. Brian was saying, the potential for this to come and plug the gap. On a number of forums, I think the understanding is maybe 10, 20 years from now, we'll probably not have RBF anymore, but the dream should be that for all the offsets we are having from these projects, we are able to have additional revenue coming in to facilitate further development. Yeah.
Yeah, a quick one. I know GIZ has been in this space for quite a while. What are the top business models that you're seeing working with the private sector, the suppliers of this equipment, that are successful and scalable for productive users?
Yeah, very interesting question. For productive use, I want to concur with Fred. I think the pay-go model is still a very effective one, and still speaks to the access to finance issue, okay? If you go to any exhibition or any forum where these technologies are on display, I think the level of appreciation, at least in Uganda, is there. Anyone can see a pump and understand how this will benefit them. The next question comes to, how do I get it? Yeah, so the access to finance issue is a major one, and we've also still seen that pay-go is a very effective model. I think the only reservation I'm having with pay-go is that when you hear pay-go, most people think of home systems. I think more studies need to be done about how pay-go is impacting the productive use of energy space, because I think potentially
PUE and PEGO can be a good marriage, because then the credit risk assessment goes beyond where you are, where you live, where you work, to assessing even potential revenues generated by that business if they adopt the productive use of energy technology. So I would say PEGO. We've also seen, I think over the past 2 years or so, we've worked with a partner that does energy as a service. And through that partnership, we've realized quite a significant upturn in productive use of energy access figures that are attributable to energy as a service. And I think that's another one that potentially can work really well, because these businesses, most of them don't have permanent residencies. So as long as that energy production infrastructure is there for a particular time and is paid for, the focus can then move from ownership to reliability. Because then with energy as a service, the provider has to ensure that it's running all the time. So I think those are very important learnings that I can talk about. I think another thing I can point to is energy efficiency. Okay? Because as we talk about moving to productive uses, are we transitioning the right way? Okay? I think we focus too much on the off-grid, but assuming you're a farmer cooperative in northern Uganda, and from all your farmers, you're able to do about 20 tons of maize, okay, per season, let's say. What is the right kind of processing equipment you need? Do you really need a 50 kilowatt motor, or do you need something that's much smaller and much more efficient? So as we look to transition to productive uses, I think let's transition the right way. The other discussions are around scalability. I mentioned through our Smart Communities Coalition Innovation Fund project, where we supported adoption of poultry brooders, solar powered, within Chiriandongo refugee settlement. So with the solar powered equipment, there is always a limitation on output. So these brooders can handle about 30 eggs at a time, and typically they would need to be in there for 21 days. So at the end of the day, as we promote, as both the development partners but also the private sector, we need to know that we are explaining properly the value proposition to the end users. We don't need to market it as, this is the solution and this is it. The reality is it will hold only 30 eggs for 21 days. So we need to know that this is maybe for smaller groups or even at a household level. Then beyond that, how does one now scale to much bigger equipment within the poultry space? I think those are a few learnings that I can share.
Thank you very much. Very, very useful. Vincent, you're a productive use supplier, solar water pumps, you mentioned also milling. One I would like to hear from you, does aggregation work? I think this is an approach we took when we were collecting the data, using like the cooperatives, to assess demand, for example. That aggregator model, is it working, and have you seen it work? I think that's the first question. I believe you're out there looking for financing, whether it's debt, equity, and all these other, whether it's grant and all that. How has your experience been? Where are the gaps? What is not working for you? I know you have quite a bit to speak to that. And then the issue of the linkage to markets. Who should be playing that role? Is it a private sector role? Is it a government role? Maybe if you could briefly answer those questions.
Thank you, David. I'll try not to repeat what has just been said. In terms of the aggregation model, I would say yes, it works. And that's what actually Tulimasola is predicated on. What we look at as a private company, especially with limited working capital, is how do we ensure that our customer acquisition costs are actually low? so that eventually when we deliver the productive use equipment, at the end of the day, at the end of the year, we're actually profitable. So what we have found in terms of like the aggregation sort of approach, one, development partners that have already developed, cooperatives, VSLAs, and they've taken them through the steps of maybe developing their business models, but then also developing the actual primary production of a particular farmer in a cooperative and a VSLA. We have found that actually like very, very, very helpful for the work that has been done by Massicor, that has been done by GIZ. There's also several others that have done that work. For Program FAO, we find that like very, very effective. And then when we get into these communities, in terms of like pitching our products, then it's kind of easier because these are people that have been, I don't want to say primed, but they have been sort of like primed in practices that are sometimes climate smart and that are sometimes like very productive, like in their various value chains. Then also on the aggregation part of it, right? It's when you look at like land masses across East Africa, I think for Uganda it's very fragmented. You find a lot of smallholder farmers that own very small pieces of land. Like say for example, you go to Tanzania, a smallholder farmer times they have 10 acres. You come to Uganda, sometimes it's less than an acre, right? So the power of aggregation and the power of, if you're aggregated value adding and actually getting more value for your produce is actually a better approach here. But also what's not probably realized in Uganda is this sort of like aggregation factor is actually what makes us, I don't want to say leaders, like in a way, but if you go to like Kenya, you go to Tanzania, as much as they have big land masses, they're not very organized. So then as a private company going into that market, it's tougher to get access to the customers that we need to actually use this equipment. So the aggregation approach here, I think for Uganda, it actually works out best for private companies. The question that you had in terms of financing for both equity and debt, yes, we're always on the lookout. Even right now, as a group that operates both in Uganda and Tanzania, we're looking for money. And the reason why we look for money is on an aggregate, about, I want to say 55% of the systems that we sell, they're actually sold on credit. The demand is there. The demand has been spurred upon by UECCC, which is great, right? But the process to get that money back, right, from UECCC and then from the consumer themselves, it takes a very, very long time. So we find ourselves at times we don't have actually enough product, or enough systems to meet the demand that's being spurred by all our efforts here, right? So that's why we continue to look for equity. But of course, if it's equity, it has to be like very long term. And even if it's debt, it has to be very patient debt. Because again, it takes forever. There's default rates, there's all these things, right? And there's some, I want to say some financing institutions that have become sort of quote unquote smart on trying to understand us. But then there's still a lot of financing institutions that are still very traditional, in the sense of like, okay, I'm going to give you this money. I might not charge you 22%. I'll probably charge you, I don't know, like 16% because it's been subsidized by either UNCDF or another one, right? But then they still want you to provide collateral for the debt. So I think it's one thing in understanding like how to work with us that are sort of like in the productive use of renewable energy for the long term and ensuring that we're aspiring productivity. It's commendable that UECCC has offered some guarantees, but I think that's like 50% of the working capital that we would get from a bank. It doesn't go far enough. I mean, just imagine if you want 500 million to ensure that you're keeping up with demand. So I think guaranteed, Fred, if I'm not wrong, is about 50%. Then I still need to look for another facility for 250. It's tough.
And
then
collateral,
yes,
for that 50%.
Exactly. Then in terms of linkages, I think in terms of linkages to markets, I think it's all of us. If I'm an irrigation system company or an agro-processing machine company, and I'm just trying to sell a farmer a product, I'm being very transactional. And our customers, and I think everybody that's a farmer in the room, they're not very appreciative of that. You find farmers in different states. You find a farmer that's stuck with produce. You find a farmer that's trying to figure out like how to be productive, struggling with water, all sorts of cases. If you want, especially for us that are private companies, right, to be seen as people that actually care, for which we do, for the long-term benefit of the farmer, we have to be seen as all of us as solution providers for whatever problem the farmer is facing. Meaning, linkages to markets are one of them, but then there's also several other issues, right? And I think if we all understand farmers and what it actually takes to be productive, it's not easy. I'm a farmer myself. I've, I think, made losses for the last, I don't know, for the 5 years I've probably made losses for 4 years. So it's hard, but it's refreshing when you find a banker that understands your business. You find ECCC understanding it, GIZ, and even the private companies understanding it. So that aggregation sort of like helps you along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Julius, I know most of the questions have been answered. but I think what Vincent has spoken to, I mean, productive uses, Tulima provides a technological solution. But then for it to work, for it to succeed, the whole value chain has to work. From if it's giving a vegetable farmer, that vegetable farmer needs, or cooperative needs, maybe storage to avoid, loss. There is a transport link to it, so there is even infrastructure that is needed for that. Linkage to the markets for those buying from the farmers and all that. And I know that has been like the major challenge. We've seen companies moving from providing that solution that you were saying, that transactional model, going all the way integrated to export to, meaning they are no longer just a technology provider, but they are also offering access to market, which takes long. But what is the role of development financing institutions, development agencies to support unlocking and development of these value chains? And a similar question to what I had asked Ivan is on the business models. What are you seeing the characteristics, you could call them, for success in the productive use space?
Thank you. I'll use, I think, examples to define what the role of the development, partners are. So starting with equity. I think equity, it's very clear they're interested in financing PUE. Internally, they're organized. That way they have someone that is responsible. But what are the issues, for equity when it comes to lending? The first issue is the cost of finance. Yeah, so wherever equity gets the money from, depending on what interest rates they're charged, that's what also determines how much they're going to charge the people that are borrowing. The second, I think, issue or need for the banks is to be able to make sure that the risk is kept within what is manageable from a regulatory point of view. They cannot go below a risk threshold. Also because they're using other people's money to lend, so they need to make sure that that money, is safe. So the role of organizations like UNCDF is one, to provide the liquidity, which is funding to the financial institution so that they can fund the businesses and end users. The second role, which I believe is the biggest role, especially for sectors like PUE, is to reduce the risk perception. And I think in the brief I saw a question on what's really the role of data. I think part of data is to provide information that helps financials and investors become comfortable that maybe what we see as perceived risk is not actually the real risk. So most times when we are funding, the biggest issue with financials is what is really that risk. And at the moment, we kind of use perceived risk because no one actually knows what's the real risk because we don't have, data. So it's the liquidity, it's providing instruments that reduce, risk for them, and guarantees do play an important role. And then the third thing, which we've realized over time, is capacity building. So the same way we talk about on the demand side investment readiness, I can actually say that for financials, they also need that investment readiness support in terms of capacity building. What we've realized over time working with them is the cost of assessing, evaluating businesses and clients is very high. Part of the reason for that is because I was actually having this discussion with Vincent, is that you have to send a credit officer from a branch that is like 50, 100 kilometers away to assess a client, and the cost of assessing that client and then following up and disbursing, these costs are really, really high. So in the past, I think 2 years, we're trying to really look at what's the role of digital solutions when it comes to the entire, process of lending and borrowing, from credit profiling to actually, due diligence, but also to when it comes to disbursement and actually monitoring of loans. So a number of initiatives that we have are actually addressing capacity in terms of how can they reduce, cost, how can they also understand, the sector better, because that, I think, plays into the issue of, risk perception. One of the things that when we talk to financial institutions has not been very clear when it comes to PUE is that a lot of assessments for PUE are assessed as if they're assessments for a solar company. Yeah. So you're assessing a solar company that is providing lighting, but PUE is multi-sectoral. So you need to look at what specific sector, in this case is the agriculture sector, how is the business tapping into the opportunities in the agriculture sector. Dr. Brand posed the question of where do these small farmers actually get their money from? At least from data that we have, they're getting it from cooperatives. Of course, it's their own money, but cooperatives, SACCOs, and a lot of actually credit facilities is coming from input dealers. So what's the role of input dealers in this whole, ecosystem and value chain? And all these need to be actually included as we talk about, financing. So for equity, that's really our discussion. How do we make sure that they can lend more to businesses and the end users? I should also say this, all the other structures and vehicles for financing instruments, and I think enterprises and everyone should understand that the most sustainable way to provide access to finance, at least until now, is through regulated commercial institutions. So all our interventions, in the end, will end up to Equity or Stanbic Bank, and we're trying to answer the question, how can we continue all the projects that we have that are time-bound, that are not even addressing all the needs of the businesses or even the end users. So PayGo, for example, you'll fund the end user, but you need liquidity. Where is that going to come from? You need a commercial investor to be able to provide, that liquidity. And when you look at the cycle, I think it goes back to, I'll talk about RBF, when you need the initial money to invest so that you can get the RBF incentive, where would that money come from? Same with carbon finance. Project development takes what? 2-3 years. It takes you about 1 year, 1.5 before you get money from a carbon project. Where are you going to get that money in between, from the point where you submit and wait until you get the money? So it's rotating back to really how do we collaborate. So it's not one instrument, it's not one entity, but we need to clearly define our strengths and also be very clear on how we collaborate. When it comes to I think a company like Tulima or any other fintech, as we classify them, PAYGO has been a really, really good model, has reached so many, customers. But again, the issues have been delinquency. So from an investment point of view, if I go to assess Tulima Solar, one idea that I might have is, excuse me, can I lend to them based on the receivables? When I look at their receivables rate, I look at their portfolio of customers that are not paying is like 40%. That is an issue for me who is actually going to, lend. But of course, they have that issue, but they still need more money to reach more customers. So where is the financing actually going to come from? So UNCDF can provide that financing, again, to Tulima. It can be through a financial institution or directly to UNCDF, from UNCDF. We can also provide, grants, which over time we are realizing there is a lot of dependency on grants. This is affecting investment readiness because the companies have said they're about too low. They're only ensuring that they have systems and processes in place for them to be able to attract grants. But again, grants are limited with lots of requirements. Reporting is taking so much time. So how do we ensure that beyond grants, we're also providing the needed capacity, the BDS support, which is again provided by everyone. I think what we need to really address is what are the issues when it comes to providing BDS. BDS is very surface level, BDS is very remote, BDS is duplicated, and the expertise for BDS still remains with the experts. So how are we supporting the businesses, retain the knowledge, the expertise from the BDS support for them to continue? Because again, all projects are developed based on a timeline. We're not going to be there, but the businesses need to continue. So how do we make sure that that is, sustainable? So for UNCDF, we've, tweaked how we offer BDS. It has to be embedded within the organization. Our measure of success for BDS is the skill set that is retained by the organization when it comes to BDS. And of course, there's the other aspect of part of BDS is really market linkages. Specifically in agriculture, we've supported a lot of digital platforms that are aggregating, that are also supporting in terms of market linkages. Maybe one, other important thing for me to mention is that when it comes to, again, agriculture, we're talking about smallholder farmers who are the majority. They don't really have any credit history with any of the commercial banks. So how do we, build that credit history, and how do fintechs and commercial banks work together to ensure that there is more financing that is flowing to the smallholder farmers? We've worked with fintechs that are credit profiling smallholder farmers, and they take whatever their model is, use it as a way to make a case for those farmers to be funded by other, commercial funders or even UNCDF providing, that financing. So there is a lot of pathways, and we are supporting, but I guess in summary, I'm trying to say that there is a role for each of the players. I think we focused a lot on the traditional players, so we need to think a little bit outside the box. And also we need to strengthen partnership. I cannot really forget to underscore the role of data in whatever we're doing. The realization that all projects that are developed are based on assumptions, which we need to test and see if they work as we implement the project, speaks to why we really need data. And it's very clear in financing. What I think for us is the issue is that we don't have enough data to tailor the financing to these needs. I think discussions around PUE are going deeper and deeper into what are the target markets. Many years in solar, we're just talking about solar. But now we're talking about solar for who? How do we understand the agricultural sector How do we understand, the e-mobility sector so that a financial institution can, customize? And when it comes to customizing, I think that's where we go wrong. We're saying we only are interested in providing loans of ticket sizes of 50,000 and more, but the businesses are not looking for 50,000. The businesses want 10,000. We are saying we want, long-term finance, but long-term finance for who and for what? Because the data at this particular point in time is showing that all we need is working capital finance, which is 1 to 2 years to 3 years funding. And then maybe Tulimasola will say their need is to buy stock. Their need is to refinance, the customers, and their need is to maybe improve their internal processes. So if we say long-term finance, again, for what? Because that's what is going to define what type of financing. It's also the sector, as we speak about financing. What is the maturity of the businesses? We've said investors have been here for 5 years. A lot of businesses are still struggling to understand how do they deliver these products. What's the best financing mechanism for the end users? How do I customize my paygo to a farmer that this season has money and the other season doesn't have money? Basically what we're saying is you're asking them to pay, every month, but their incomes are not monthly. Again, at the same time, there's all sorts of other things we have to consider. So the more data we have, I feel that the more we're in position to customize, the more we're in position to speak like really specifics. I said I was excited about the pipeline because it can help me go to a funder and say, I'm looking at businesses ABCD, cooperatives ABCD. This is what they need in terms of amount. Do they need a grant? Do they need a concessional loan? What type of structuring is it? And most importantly, what do they need to use the money for? And beyond that, I guess looking at their track record. So if you're taking a portfolio of people looking for funding that do not have any track record of anything, either they've been able to attract any other funding, or they can show that within the sector for PUE, they've been able to sell some products, it increasingly becomes, hard to fund. I guess beyond the role that I said of, accessing to finance, BDS support, market linkages, there are things still policy gaps that need to address. Equity should have said the biggest challenge for them is quality, and it affects their customers' ability to pay. So part of their perceived risk comes from the quality of the products and their inability to actually say concretely that this is a good quality product or not. So how do we, address issues of quality? How do we also address issues of when we look at, again, fintechs, for us the issue of policy is an issue of consumer protection. So many companies are taking a loan from Mogo, they are taking a loan from Ensilco, they are taking a loan from a solar company. What we're seeing is we are increasing the indebtedness of these customers. So how do we protect them?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you short. Because of time, I think we are getting late for lunch. But I think this is a discussion we can continue after lunch. Maybe take 1 or 2 questions, if there are any burning ones. Careful, because we'll be eating on our lunch time. But any...
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm only putting this to Vincent. Otherwise, I had questions for all of you. Vincent, your area is very important because of the subsidy. I would love to know the turnaround time. If from the time the client places an interest and makes that application, how long does it take for you to deliver the product?
Great question. And what I'm going to say depends. Because of the subsidy, a lot of customers have gotten excited. It's very, very attractive. We've actually interested people that we had invoiced even 4 years ago. They're very, very excited. So from that excitement, what happens is they just go ahead and deposit. The biggest challenge that we are facing right now, we have a lot of deposits of people that want the systems, right? But then our sort of mandate is to go and survey fast to make sure that the water source is there and it's actually quality water source for a solar water pump. You find that actually the water source is a bit lacking. And it's something that I'll probably ask yourself and you ECCC if the financing can be extended to the water source. That's going to help a lot with the uptake. But if the water source is ready, it's clean, and of course they've already paid. In terms of us, what we normally communicate, we communicate 5 business days. Depending on the schedule, if everything is okay, even within 2 days we can actually install. Because we are located in, we have about 4 locations across Uganda, and we are in 40 districts. So it's really quick and easy if everybody's ready. But the biggest issue is water source and water source quality.
Thank you all our panelists for whatever you've shared with us. Mine also is just a simple one. Why don't we come up with an interest rate specifically to targeting the farmers? And you know, our Ugandan setup now, most of our farmers are the micro scale farmers. Those farmers who have 2 acres, 3 acres. But you know, when we treat them when they come to get access to loans and we're treating them as these other loans, it's very hard for them to really be able to pay back. And actually, you know, I'm speaking in relation to the micro-scale irrigation program, in that in the beginning, the way we're interesting those farmers is that they're going to get loans. For those who are not able to pay using their savings, we're interesting them to go to the banking facilities like banks. But when they went there, the way they were being treated, like they had come to pick maybe a business loan, so they ended up not picking those loans. So the point here is let's have that interest, because we know the cycle of agriculture. It's not constant, and sometimes they depend on, they service their loans using other businesses. Thank you.
By nature of the question, they give me the microphone. But I think I want to respond saying that yes, the price to the funds we give is really key. But as I said earlier on, it has constituents. Because if, for example, I stick to what I said under oil palm project, it's good you are from Ministry of Agriculture. That one is given at a rate of 10%. Why? The constituents. So when it comes to price, financial institutions are flexible to doing whatever the beneficiaries want. But again, I would like to say, when you look at the current status in Uganda, my opinion would be it's not the price. Sorry to say. Why so? If you look at the statistics of people who are picking money, currently we have online soft loans. But they are given at a rate of 10% plus per month. If you were to look at a financial institution like Equity, I think in agriculture, our maximum is 1.7 per month. So, and if you were to compare who is taking the soft loan versus who is taking the equity, the numbers may beat us. So what comes on board is, I think doctors spoke about it, readiness and the ease of having the money. And this takes me to what our colleague from UNCDF was talking about in terms of technology. So I think more needs to be done on technology, and this requires a number of players. Player number one, who is having this data that is easily going to be scored to clearly make things work out. I will just give you an example. I am aware today that telecoms in Uganda, just one telecom is having a total of 23 million customers. Just look at a financial institution that has 7. Out of the many, there are few. But why? It is the ease. The ease. And the ease for financial institution is not at where it is supposed to be for reasons. We have regulators, and actually we are sorry to bring this to this talk. We are wondering why our regulators are not regulating the same way. So it's a question that really brings so many issues on the table, but I'll tell you for free. I think to our smallholder, my opinion would be, how quick can we make access to finance? Just look at it. Currently, financial institutions can allow you to access, think where I am, you can access up to 6 million using your small, your percentage of saving. You just score your saving, then we give you a limit up to 6 million. So meaning, if your need is a system within that range, you don't even need to walk to a bank or an agent. You just need star 247 there. Money comes, you wire to Limasola. So that means the issue of access will be sorted. But it may not work for many because a few can save. Why we need the dig tech and the technology team is to assist us have that data. Because somehow, somewhere, financial institutions, we are still risk averse on picking data directly and score and give you. But as I'm winding up, just look at the recent studies when it comes to coffee. That an acre well maintained in Uganda as of today, one is capable of raising between 5, I think, to 8 million. So if you expect a range of 5 to 8 million, would you need security to give a 2 million loan to that farmer? A big question mark. But what is the current? Even your individuals in a group will want you to guarantee . So can we bring in technology to attend to some of these concerns? The last bit of it is our issues to do with integrity and integrity of the individuals coming in. There are institutions that are willing to give you money without anything given. We used to do up to 3 billion, but how many individual farmers are capable of doing that? He has not talked about what they go through in their small groups. So to sum it up, price, yes, but it is something that can be attended to. But there are big monkeys like readiness and then access to data. Thank you. I believe I've attended to the issue of price.
Okay, thank you so much, our panelists. My name is Alan Orlando from AIF. We have done enough to roll out this irrigation equipment, roll out these solutions, solar pumping, solar cooling, solar whatever. But the biggest gap that I realized, and also we have also realized at the ministry, is the lack of the technical support. The lack of, we are not doing enough in regards to the follow-up after sales support. And this goes to my friend from Tulima and also my friend Fred. We are supporting these suppliers to roll out this irrigation equipment, and they have done so well. The installations are done so well. In agriculture, we have over 4,000 installations that are done. And the biggest task that now we are facing is how do we sustain these investments in the field. Now, I have a proposal. We are working with the private sector, and this is the private sector supposed to take lead in this. The same equipment that they roll out there, they need to provide enough technical support for repairs and replacements. We need to encourage the private sector to get out there, to get closer to the farmers. Some of the equipment suppliers have opened up outlets, which is good. That brings services closer to the farmers, but more needs to be done. I had a case one time where the farmer got a pump that failed to work, and he had to bring it all the way from upcountry to Kampala to be repaired. I think if we want to scale up these technologies, that's not the way to go. Services need to be taken closer to the farmers, and the suppliers need to be encouraged to open up outlets and service centers in the districts, in the satellite centers. Let's think about it. Thank you.
I think, David, that's a rhetorical question. But I'll speak for Tulima Solar. We actually do provide after-sales service for 2 years on all our systems. But for the entrepreneurs that are in the room, because of so many programs that have been opened up and a lot of RBFs and a lot of subsidies, what's actually happening is that there's a lot of systems in the market. So it's actually an opportunity for somebody to open up a servicing center to address so many systems that are in the market. Something that we are considering as Tulia, but we do extend it on the systems that we basically provide or install. The other probably bit, now I'm turning it to you on the MAIF side. When you're putting out your tenders and you're doing the evaluation, I think it is silently put, and usually there is a difference between warranty, your 2-year warranty, and then the after-sale support, right? And then when you are evaluating, that after-sale support is probably, I don't know, put somewhere else, and there's no keen follow-up on whether the private company is actually doing it. That's why you have a lot of like white elephants in big projects that have actually been installed here in Uganda. So I think it's on us as private companies to actually do it and it be part of our services that we provide. But I think you can hold us accountable for the systems that you have us install. Fred, I don't know whether there was a part.
1 minute.
Thank you so much. It was also directed to me, so let me also give you the view from the side of UCCC. On the ESP project, or on the ESP, we tried as much as possible to take some steps towards ensuring that products are of quality. So we constituted a technical review committee. It was a requirement in the project operational manual that we constitute a technical review committee, which is comprised of members from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. My senior colleague Winnie is present there. She can bear me witness. Then also members from the Ministry of Energy, technical members. So we review submissions from companies to ensure that the companies submit applications, but they also submit products which have standards that are acceptable by the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. So all the about 30 companies that we have, it's because we were very restrictive that we have only 30 companies. We should have had over 100. Everybody wants to sell. But once you submit your application and we don't understand your products, then we just tell you to go back and revise. And even we encourage our financial institutions, those we extend money to on lend, to also pick companies that are on the list that we are using, so that in case there's any problem, we can stress and also work with the companies. But also as well, I talked about a supplier incentive, which I did not elaborate so much. On this project, each system that is sold has an incentive. For example, if you sell NAPU appliance to a refugee host community, you get an incentive of 225,000 for each system, whether it is a refrigerator or it is a solar pump. So the reason is you must be able to keep going there and offer after sales service for at least 2 years to ensure that when within that time when there is a problem, it is fully addressed by the company. And we also emphasize that companies must have address. So in case all other things are failing, you must be able to walk to your address and ask you supplied this system, it came from you, but the end user is complaining, you have not done enough. Because we also have a complaint redress mechanism that customers get to us and complain about products that are not working. So in case they have complained to the companies and the companies are not doing much, so for us we can apprehend companies. If the company, of course the company is participating in the program, if the system is not working and the company is not doing much, we have capacity to revoke some of its incentives, the subsidy that you're supposed to pay subsequently, to say that, you see, you supplied some products but they're not working and you have not taken a step to address. So we can be able to get back the money and find a way of dealing with the end users. So we have tried some mechanism to ensure that the end users don't suffer so much. But of course, suffering will be there.
Yeah. I think the issue of capacity building, and I know the likes of GIZ have been training technicians. I think we need to do a bit more on the pure technology side, because Tulima may not have the capacity of servicing all their pumps across the country. But if we have technicians who are trained and maybe a way of verifying their credentials available at the local level, it's more sustainable than having Vincent send a technician every time a pump breaks down. It becomes very expensive. And we've seen models that have used that approach failing because of the cost of maintaining that huge workforce. So it's actually something that I think the government, development partners need to work around to build the capacity of these technicians to repair basic equipment, whether it's refrigeration, milling, solar water pumping equipment, or irrigation equipment, and milling, and all these other pure technology. I think that's a convention we'll need to have. The other one I think is on standards, coming out strongly, and the after-sales support beyond even standards, warranties, just to guarantee that, whatever is coming in is of a certain minimum quality that is agreeable by the market. And a lot of these technologies don't have, you could say, national standards. You're either adopting an international standard or some voluntary certification that exists to guarantee certain level. There is also, for example, the voluntary, I forget the name, the voluntary mechanism that Gogla supports. I'm forgetting the name of that, where I know a number of financiers require you to subscribe to that particular voluntary after or customer whatever, but with Gogla, because there is a way of verifying that, it's a voluntary thing, but they kind of follow up to verify that you're offering warranties, after sales support, training, you're going beyond just selling the product, which guarantees to a certain extent the quality of that product. So I'd like to end this there. I know it can continue. We have a brief session in the afternoon, so lunch is not free. I request that we take maybe 30 minutes. Can we do lunch in 30 or 40? 40 minutes. So we can be back here at what time? At 2:45, we'll have a brief, maybe 1 hour session, and then we break for the day. But join me in appreciating the panel. They've been very insightful. Thank you very much for your time and insights. It was quite a good learning session. And enjoy your lunch. We come back here at 2:45.
So, please pass by the desk at the exit with my colleague Flavia. She has the coupons for our lunch. We shall be using a restaurant called Marketplace on the ground floor. So that is where you'll be showcasing your lunch coupon. Thank you.
10,000 cubic tanks, 4 of them. So over we have like 40 cubic. And so at least when there is not like in a dry season is where we always have like a few faults on our pump because of the breakages. Because at least we calculated in a year we can have so far like 3, or there's 3 times where we can have like breakages in the farm. And why we present okay, based on the study that was taken up, we presented in our farm. So far, we always have like over a loss of 5 metric tons due to the damages, depending on rain and on the storage. On the storage like issues. And so with the kind of on towards us the farmers, we expected if a cooling facility is provided for us, at least we can be able like to achieve over like okay, basing on the 40 plus the 5, we can have like 45. But even on our farm, we have so far like 8 acres. Is what is like the irrigation scheme is lying on. But even the basing on even on these 8 acres, we don't always like work on all the 8 when we are producing these like 40 metric tons. So at least it defines maybe we use like 6 acres, but 2 acres remain uncultivated. Due to due to a result of times like because if we produce much on the storage side, we shall we have a problem. So it makes us actually be limited by producing at least what we can totally provide on market. And also like on the other side, as for us a cooperative, we saw like it's a very important like issue if we're given a facility, because okay, when we produce like tomatoes over like maybe when it reaches the harvesting stage, like it doesn't all like ripen at once so that we can sell it all together. So it makes us harvest like a little quantity, then wait for the other also to ripen. But if you have like a cooling facility, we can at least first harvest the one that is already ready, then they can put it on a cooling facility. Then when the other also that is remaining in the garden gets ready, then we can sell it at once. So at least there, it even gives us like advantage, like at least of selling our products like in bulk. Then on the side of the storage, also like when you come to like onions, because we don't have where to store it on. Because at the end of it, like if we produce much, then we shall have like too much losses. So it makes us even work on like 6 acres of the farm, then leave the 2. Then actually when we harvest these ones, then at least we can have the way towards it. Do you have to? So over like this potential impact, it will have over like 200 jobs created. And the annual harvest, we can have over like 27 metric annual reductions in cost, kind of. And so like on the other thing also, like what limits us as farmers also at most times, like as in for us in our farm, we have a problem of mechanization also, because we can't totally like access all our lands like at the exact stage as in in terms of tillage, because for us in our farm we don't use like tractors, we use like oxens. So far like in using oxens also most of the times we even find breakages in the system. whenever I use oxens, like most of our materials get broken like that, and so at times also it limits us as farmers. Then the other thing also, when I'm ending, one thing I just need to raise up as a farmer is this. That is providing farmers with all these innovational like solutions. But there is a most, as for me a farmer, I've taken some time in farming, but always I've seen farmers, there should be, actually, whenever we're doing this also, we have to put like awareness. Most of these farmers totally like need like innovational like knowledge in order to expand their capacities. Most of these projects, even at times you find, after the installation, the farmers themselves get relaxed, and they have been given with the facilities to be used. So, and that what limits us mostly is the knowledge on how actually on the future benefits of these projects that we have. So far, like our project, we have it, but we look towards a long-time plan towards it. And over we are thinking of over 20 years it will be with us, and we shall be like operating it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elijah, for representing Cabos Horticulture Cooperative. So one of the main points we identified with Cabos Horticulture is the need for post-harvest handling. As he mentioned, the crops they are dealing in do not ripen at once. So for example, if you're farming tomatoes, you'll have a batch that ripens, and once you harvest and you don't have a modern technology, you have to wait for also the other batch to harvest. So this batch, if you don't have a modern technology, will easily go to waste. Secondly, there's a lot of fluctuations in seasons, you know. One season the market can be really good, the next season in the same year, for example, if it's a rainy season, you find that the market is quite inflated, and people who have like irrigation schemes can farm up to 3 seasons in a year. So their potential is mostly to capitalize on the seasons where the rains are not so good. There the market demand is quite high. But in the seasons where the rains are good, then there's a lot of competition with also other farmers. So the need for post-harvest handling technologies mitigates the rushed sales that some of these farmers have to undergo in order to sell off their produce. So thank you, Elijah, for taking us through Cabos. Next, I would like to invite Mrs. Aida, representing a cooperative society from Kole district called Bala. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Call me Haida Abia. I'm the chairperson of Bala Women and Youth Society in Kwale District, Bala Sub-County. In our society, we produce fruits, vegetables, oil, and maize, which we produce in our location. Then, what we produce, for the vegetable, we produce 480 metric tons combined when we harvest. Cabbage, we produce about 5 metric tons. Then tomatoes, we have 1 metric tons. Eggplant, we produce about 3 metric tons. For the oil seeds, which we like so much, mostly the soya and sunflower. Soya, we produce 137 metric tons. Sunflower is 76. But this year, people have picked so much interest also in sunflower. And then maize, we have about 258 metric tons in every season. Now, in soil irrigation, we have the main soil irrigation which we have seen, which is doing the irrigation for the whole group. But for the farmers, we have 7 farmers who have also bought their soil irrigation to do the vegetable. The rest are also using rain. But some people are also trying to get the soil irrigation whereby they can also produce vegetables during dry season. Because during dry season, the market is so much for the vegetable. You find people are running for the vegetable in the area, but the solar system is few. Only 7 members have bought the solar irrigation. Then the milling machine. We have the machine which mills our posho, rice, maize for posho. The challenges we are facing: insufficient capacity of the current irrigation. The irrigation which we are having, it is insufficient, whereby we cannot. High expenditures on the fuel. In our milling machine, we are using fuel, diesel fuel, whereby per day we use about 15 to 20 liters, depending on the work of in the milling machine. Then machine breaks down, which occurs down to in a month about 320,000 shillings when the machine breaks down. Another challenge is high opportunity cost land hiring. Most of our farmers, we are also hiring the land, production of the marketing strategies, fruits, truck hiring, electricity for the, if we could get the electricity for the milling machine, then the airtime, allowance, wages to the US. Those are the challenges we are facing also. Investment, larger maize mill. If we could get a larger maize factory mill which we can produce enough for the community. Proposed investment ticket size is 45,000 shillings for cool room, 51,000 shillings for maize milling machine. Investment enables the user to acquire the cool room immediately and pay it over time. At the moment, we are expecting to have 3,177 farmers. Then our waste product is about 50 kilograms waste product. Enabled Bala Women and Youth Farmers Cooperative Society is well organized. There is full involvement in all the members in the cooperative society. Contact person is Ida Bia, telephone number 0779 11 8865. Thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Ida Bia. So, as she mentioned, Bala Women and Advisory Cooperative is such a large group consisting of almost 3,000 members. So you see that for such an organized group, if a pure opportunity is to be piloted there, it's to be invested there, there's high impact in this particular group. One, there's high membership in this group. Two, there is also large organization of the group. And there are many value chains being handled also by virtue of the size of the group. Fruits and vegetables, vegetable oil seeds, and maize. Some of the key enablers for pure to scale also is that the business end of it has to make sense in terms of output. So if you're looking for solarization of let's say a mill, it has to make economic sense in terms of how much quantity do they handle to give that business or that investment value. If you're looking at solar powered irrigation, they had partnered, I think previously it was who supplied the irrigation mill that, yes? Yes, so they had previously a partner that enabled them have a demo plant for irrigation, which you saw in the picture here. But she mentioned in the other farmers, the other smallholder farmers, this is at the cooperative, but in the other smallholder farmers, many of them are still relying on rain-fed agriculture. So they have challenges both at production and also at post-harvest that could benefit from pure investment. Yes. So lastly, I would like to invite PG Fish Farmers Cooperative. As we saw, fish is one of the prioritized commodities by the government, fish and fish products. You know, there's high potential there for increasing farmer revenues, but also food security is high in this commodity. So you're most welcome.
Hello, hope you're doing well. My name is Salinge Tatu from Mpigi district. Zaibu Farm, which started on a subsistent level by my father, may his soul rest in peace, but it's now on a commercial level. That farm is owned by my family, but I'm the chairperson of the farm. But then we decided to join other farmers, and we came up with what we called Mpigi Fish Farmers Association, composed of 45 members, 17 are female, and 28 are male members. The farm started in 2021, I mean Zaibu Farm, but Mpigi Fish Farmers Association started in 2023. We majorly deal in tilapia and catfish, so far only. Then our volume of harvest for every season is 11.4 metric ton for both tilapia and catfish. Then 3 metric ton is for tilapia and 8.4 metric tons is for catfish per season. Is harvested every season. Currently, we are having no pure technologies being used. Then the challenges we are facing in the fish farming activity we are dealing in is about pre and post-harvest losses majorly, because we lose 280 kgs of tilapia and 480 kilograms of catfish per season due to, at times, predators, cannibalism, poor feed quality, natural calamities, environmental changes, at times diseases, eye problem, pollution, I think due to the industries which are centered in Mpigi, and even at times due to human activities, like a settlement and so on. We also have a problem of high operational costs. That is labor, transport, buying feeds and fish, and even milling the feeds, which is equivalent to 26 million Ugandan shillings for all the fish ponds we are having, because we are having a total of 22 ponds. 10 are for catfish and 12 are for catfish and 10 are for tilapia. So when it comes to investment needs, a 5 million ton cold room can be sufficient to store the remaining fish after harvesting, so so that it doesn't get spoiled. As you know that fish is very perishable. It goes bad very quickly. And that can help to, can be a way of preserving the fish a little, at least for some time, till the buyers come and take the fish. Because they take the fish after harvesting, but because we're in a group, they have to come to my pond, they harvest, to another member's pond, they harvest, so it takes a lot of time. By the time they finish all the ponds, mine might have get spoiled. So if we happen to get a cold room, I see it as a way of mitigating the post-harvest loss. We can another solution I would suggest is getting a 2 metric ton capacity solar dryer to dry the salted fish, because at times we saw the fish at the borders, that is at the border of Uganda and Congo and DRC and the Democratic Republic of Congo, Bwera. In that way, we are targeting the higher prices, because when they come direct to the farm to buy the fish, they are buying at very low prices. So when we dry and salt we salt and dry the fish, it's very easy for us to transport up to the border, because it's still a little bit far from the border. So proposed investment ticket is US dollar 25,000 for buying for constructing and installing and buying the cold room. Then US dollar 1,000 is enough to purchase and install the solar dryer. When it comes to investment structure, lease to own as a energy service can provide a flexible and favorable payment period. Cooling as a service provides an affordable payment option. Potential impact. I see if we happen to get all that, what I've just talked about, post-harvest losses will be mitigated, will be controlled. Then it can at times increase farmers' cooperative revenue, about 15 million Ugandan shillings every season. Enablers. We're expecting high productivity from the farmers, fish farms, if all that has been considered. My name is Salingetat once again from Mpigi District, Bwama Town Council, where Zaibu Farm is located. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Salinge Tatu, for introducing us to PG Fish Farmers Association, which deals in fish. So as she has mentioned, the need for productive uses of energy, especially for fish farmers, is at the level of post-harvest. This also enables them to tap into export markets, the wider East African community market, increasing farmer revenues as a result of higher, prices at that stage. Because once they rely on the local buyers are now the ones who dictate the prices. But with such modern technologies, they are able to command their own price that is fair enough for the effort they have put in throughout the season. So I don't know if there's anyone who has a question for any of the ladies and gentlemen that have presented here. Yes.
Just want to appreciate she's a beneficiary of the micro-scale irrigation program under MPG, and I was expecting her to say something about it because she's one of the successful beneficiaries who can give the success stories on how the system has changed their livelihood. And I believe even she must be using it for even the aquaculture. And I was just sharing with her that actually they have mostly the neighborhood are now buying water from them. So you can see how the program has really changed the livelihood of the communities. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm very grateful for the opportunity I've been granted to talk about the solar managed irrigation system. I'm one of the beneficiaries in Impigi. Actually, it is the government which funded. For us, we only paid 1M for it to be installed. But we had a water source before. It was dug by my brother because we had a challenge. I'm again, leave alone being a fish farmer, I'm a very prominent poultry farmer, dealing in broilers, layer birds. That's why I'm too big, eating eggs every time I feel like I get an egg, boiled, fried, chips, eggs, whatever. I'm a very prominent, known in Buama, actually in Impigi district, very prominent poultry farmer. If you ask Mr. Mbazira Sabit in Buama, you just get to the farm. So we are dealing in fish farming, some bit of horticulture, and poultry farming. We had a very big challenge with the water for poultry, for our birds at the farm. So when that program came, we got it from some reliable sources. Then you had to pay pay in 1 million because we had the water source already. But we are using electricity before to pump the water, and it was very expensive. You could load at over 150 a month. 150 Ugandan shillings a month for pumping the water. Then they came and installed a solar plus a tank as they do always. So the solar is now, and the pump is now pumping the water. Solar energy is now pumping the water, not electricity power. So we've overcome that problem of costs, the electricity costs. We are even now selling the water. We are using the water extravagantly. You cannot even argue with a child when you find her or him powering the water down. You power, you take, you shower, you put your head on the tap, whatever. So, we are very grateful, sir. Thank you so much.
I also need a hand clap.
Thank you so much, Paul, and the team that presented from the cooperatives. I want to appreciate that the interventions in production are really going very much, like you have said, but there is one gap which we need to plug from the experience of Elias and Madam Ida. You can actually see that we need to blend production with other business knowledge, like marketing and business plans. These people are producing massively, and people are going to get discouraged because market linkages are not adequate enough. And we need to have a very holistic approach. Information, dissemination, and linkage, market research, so that the business plans can deliver and go beyond production. I can assure you, like those of us in northern region there is a very big market across. I'm happy Tato is tapping into the DRC market. We're equally tapping into the DRC market there, but the production is very low. You can see Bamba harvest somewhere, and they can't go to the market. I'm surprised. We even get onions very far, very far. Irish comes from very far to feed the southern Sudan, to feed DRC. We have a whole street that's loading things going to those international markets. People are still thinking international market is very far. Those things of big books and so forth. People are trading left and right. So we need to have those market leakage. We need to have agribusiness practitioners supporting production. Then we shall all be able to reap. I can tell you myself, I'm a potato farmer, but towards the end, when I'm just struggling, you see the Sudan market opened. We didn't have enough potatoes. So I really want to see that we support these people in the market linkages within and without. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for elaborating on that. Actually, that was one of the questions raised in the panel on who should play the role of market linkages. And linkages. But good enough, we have the Ministry of Agriculture in the room, and I think they will mention something more on that.
Thank you, Paul. Hi, everyone. I mentioned earlier that my name is Zoe Slattery, and I work for Smart Villages. So we are a UK organization that works with cooperatives, like the ones that you have seen that have presented now. So thank you so much, everyone who presented. This isn't a question, this is a request for the people in the room. So we are not a donor organization, we invest, but we get a lot of our initial capital from the UK government. The way that we are funded and the way that we work with cooperatives is if a cooperative like you have just seen needs $30,000 to build something, we can only provide 50%. We still expect that to be paid back, but the initial capital that we can invest is 50% of the ask. So you have seen, everyone in this room has seen these cooperatives, you have seen they are serious, they have ambition, and they want to pay back. So I'm talking now to whether it's the Ministry of Agriculture, whether it's investors, whether it's anyone like a development institution in the room that would want to come and see me and talk about providing that other 50%. And then we work together to help one or more of these cooperatives that you've heard today. So if anyone is interested in forming that kind of partnership, could you come and see me in the tea break? Thank you.
So the first question is about people are worried about the stocks of PrEP in the current funding mechanism.
when you look at the cost of fuel, the cost of all those other gases, it's a bit expensive. And most of our farmers and even the country at large, affordability is really a challenge. So when we embrace these solar systems or renewable energy systems, I think it reduces on the cost of development and implementation done by the farmers. And eventually the farmers get profits from what they do. So with those few remarks, allow me to thank Greek, have I spelled it well? Yeah, and all of us, I think we need to clap for ourselves for having had this time around and share. And I think when you organize more of this, you know it's a developing world and full of challenges. So when we come and share, we get to get the solutions and you see how we can help out each other. I thank you.
Guests disappeared, but still, let us, for those who have remained, let us, we can come in front here and have one last photo to commemorate the day. We'll have some seats for a few.